I'm going to assume this is working, but without a countdown, it's really hard to know exactly when I'm supposed to do these things. But I'm just trying to get by, being quiet and shy in a world full of push and shove. What are the humans doing? Wrong buttons.
Hands red, knuckles taped black. Pick my gloves up off the mat. Fighting's all I ever had. Wasn't born with tons of gifts. Had to work hard as a kid. Know that everything I did was to catch the other kids. Slowly built that self-esteem. Turned myself to a machine. I'd compete so I'd be seen. I would lose and I'd succeed, but you'd never see me quit. I'd always get after it. Knew I had a different gift. I'd outwork any other kid. Deep within our souls, we can feel there's something empty. We need something more. I feel destiny, she tempts me. Tells me there's two paths, they both have a different ending. Choose wise and you'll find that pain leads to ascending. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. I wanna be legendary. Coming out of the gate, I'll be last place, that's alright. I don't work at a fast pace, I'm a steady horse creeping up, straight passing. And once I pass you, no one's getting past me. I see people hit walls and they stop there. I don't get that, my man, it sounds scared. Good things take time, better prepare, cause anything great takes pain, it's unfair. Take it from me, cause I got to this place where no one can tell me to do anything. I call my own shots, I call my own place. I enjoy my life almost every day, and I can teach you if you listen to me. You follow some rules, don't need gifts to be paid. Persistence is better than brains any day. Just listen to me and I'll show you the way. In our souls, we can feel there's something empty. We need something more. I feel destiny, she tempts me. Tells me there's two paths, they both have a different ending. Choose wise and you'll find that pain leads to ascending. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. I wanna be legendary. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary.
I'm not real happy with this whole setup. I'll be quite honest with you. The sound is absolutely magnificent. Even when I've got a couple of folks up here, it sounds really good, but I can't do that when I'm actually live. I can have one guest when I'm live that I've been able to discover. I'm supposed to have two, but I think to have it, I have to make one of them a team member. And I'm not sure I want to give anybody that much credit. How we doing today? I got some weirdness set up for us. It's some strange stuff. I mean, you can probably tell by the title. Um, and another feature that I'm not really digging on Melon is it still says I got nobody in here, and YouTube saying I got like seven. So I guess it's somewhere between here and there, I suppose. How did that sound? You're on a bus, yeah, man. Well, do all apes understand sign language? I think not. X'd it out. You know, I've got some stuff over here, but everything I touch, I have to upgrade to some kind of a pay level. But we'll get there eventually. I was just wanting to try to see how this works. Um, right, the sound is really nice. It's got a good, even when I'm playing like other music while I'm talking, it seems to pick up on it better than StreamYard does. And when you have a guest in on StreamYards, quite often, uh, it sounds like somebody's making a cappuccino on your stream. And I'm just not a big fan of that. It's been driving me nuts. I thought it was my gear, and I thought it was me, and I thought I was making mistakes and errors and stuff, and I could never figure out what was causing it. It turns out it's StreamYards. I went to school with a really hot blonde deaf chick, and I can speak exactly as much sign language as I need to on any given moment. I probably understand a lot more than I realized because, oh yeah, no, we're having a really awesome storm right now. It is biblical. And I'm surprised they hadn't knocked me off the internet yet. I'm absolutely befuddled by it. And Melon still says there's nobody here. I was kind of trying to wait for it to do its little update thing. Can you imagine how depressing it would be if you only had that to go by? Right? Sitting here trying to do a show and you're used to having, 5 or 6 people show up and you start using Melon and suddenly nobody's there, but there's chat. What's going on? What's up, Anon Mouse? All right, so I'm going to go through and do chat right this second, and then we're going to go through the videos I've got. I have sent Ajot a invite. She has it. It exists, but I don't know if she's going to go for it. Claiborne County Transparency gets the gold. Judd gets does Judd count? Can we give Judd the silver? We'll give Judd the silver tonight, but you're going to have to pay out for the rest. Ex Bootlicker gets the bronze. Welcome to the show, folks. Good to see you. We got Workline in the house. Andrew Langlois. Joe's Secret Garden. Supercalifragilistic is in the house. That's good to see you. Snark and Sass. Boopy. MVTV Montana Vigilante TV has showed up. It's good to see you, bud. I was starting to wonder about you. But then again, my last stream wasn't planned at all. It just kind of came about trying to make this work. Omaya, it says 8-0. It still says I have 0 people in here. There's obviously something going on in chat there, so I'm happy about it. So of course I generally start out with Captain Curmudgeon because why wouldn't I? I mean, the man writes an intro monologue better than I can and performs it at least equally as well as I could.
Do I think it's just an amazingly serendipitous coincidence that these bombshell revelations about Joe Biden's mishandling of top secret documents started dropping the very next day after all the rumors were saying that Joe has decided to run again and is imminently going to make his announcement? No, I do not. I think what we're probably seeing here is the opening salvos of the effort to ensure that Mrs. Biden's little boy doesn't have his name anywhere near the ballot in 2024. Because think about where these stories have been breaking. The first was CBS News, and the second one today was NBC News, regime media, in other words. So those stories don't break because the intrepid journalists at CBS and NBC are engaged in a relentless pursuit of truth and journalistic rigor. They break because somebody inside the executive branch, possibly inside the White House itself, decided to leak the information on this day of all days when the actual discovery was made back in the first week of November. I predicted a couple of months ago that 2023 would be the year Joe Biden learns to get used to tire marks across his chest. And in light of these events, I stand by the prediction. Everybody knows, well, except Joe Biden maybe, that the Democrats cannot put Joe Biden's semi-animated cadaver on the ballot for a second time. The first time, that was a very closely run thing. It took an all-hands-on-deck effort from the deep state, the fake news media, and especially the big tech oligarchs.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but did not Biden himself stand before a group of his supporters and say, and I'm paraphrasing here, that we have assembled the most diverse and talented group of voter fraud people ever? Organization. He called it an organization, I think. Start raving mad.
Heaving on the bowline together to drag this old bastard across the finish line in 2020. And you just can't thread that needle twice, not with everything we know now about the naked collusion between agents of the government and the middle managers at Twitter and Facebook and elsewhere, who were all too happy to accommodate the banhammer requests that they got from the FBI and various other agencies. Moreover, unless you get your boy Fauci to cook up another Chinese bioweapon, allegedly, You can't hide Biden in the basement and do another fake campaign this time. He's going to have to travel the country extensively every day. He's going to have to give long speeches to large crowds. And on top of all that, he's going to have to continue pretending to be the president. So Biden at the top of the ticket in 2024 is a non-starter because he can't do any of that. But how do you get rid of him if he doesn't want to leave? Which he doesn't. Make no mistake. When a man spends the first 78 years of his life only wanting one thing and then he gets it, he's not going to relinquish it until he is dragged away kicking and screaming, or kicking and mumbling, as the case may be. So the idea that Joe was going to gracefully bow out after one term on the grounds of advanced age and infirmity, that was always pie in the sky. People as vain and narcissistic as Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. don't walk away from power unless they are compelled to walk away from it. So now they've got a problem. The Democrats do. We need to move the old guy aside, but he doesn't want to go. And I assume if things are being leaked now that point potentially to criminal malfeasance on his part, that means the ultimatum has already been put to him, in all likelihood. The ultimatum that says, all right, Joe, we need you to pump the brakes on this re-election talk. Or there's the possibility that there may be some fairly damaging revelations regarding your past conduct. Just
Okay,
a guess.
bud, that's fine.
And if the leaks are happening
Don't run
now
into nothing.
in pro-regime news outlets, well, that means he rejected the ultimatum. So what happens next? I have no idea, and I am unprepared to hazard a guess at this point. I just know it's going to be hugely entertaining, and I look very much forward to it. Also, a quick word about presidential think tanks and foundations and what have you. Let's call things what they are. These things are very, very thinly veiled money laundering schemes. You think Barack Obama could afford an estate on Martha's Vineyard when he left the White House?
Hey, Tyler, welcome to the show, bud.
But he sure could afford one by 2018.
You want to come poke around backstage, see what you can do with it?
The intervening 2 years. It's a pretty good racket if you can get into it. To have your personal net worth increase by an order of magnitude or more through 2 years of unemployment? You think Bill and Hillary Clinton were fabulously wealthy when they left the White House? They stole the freaking China, for Christ's sake. You think the entire Biden family became multi-millionaires on Joe's Senate salary? Me either. The moral of the story being, if you were prominent enough in national politics to be in the foundation think tank club, then to all intents and purposes, it's like purchasing the winning Powerball ticket. You can basically collect unlimited amounts of cash from anybody you like.
Thank you, Judd.
And if the check is made out to the foundation or the think tank and doesn't have your name on it, and you're home free in terms of accountability, it's the greatest money laundering scheme, really, since Al Capone went into the construction business. So it will come as no surprise to anybody that the largest donor to the tune of $54.9 million in the 5-year existence of the Biden Center for International Malarkey and Hair Sniffing at the University of Pennsylvania is some fellow named Anonymous Chinese Donor. I've never heard of the guy personally, but then I guess all Chinese names sound alike anyway, right?
Absolutely love that guy.
Top the battle.
Absolutely love that guy. That's the Captain Curmudgeon program. It comes on Captain Curmudgeon channel. But listen, I'm going to send y'all to his new channel because I've probably funneled about 60 subscribers through his old channel and they all just fall off. It's like, I don't know. It's like leeches after you're dead. They just fall off. I don't get it. So we're going to try to do a little bit of Peter pumping on his new channel, and maybe we can get him to start doing some real uploads over there. Because y'all know how I feel about dead channels. I don't really see a point in wasting effort on them too much, especially once you know they're shadow banned. You can use that shadow ban to your advantage. You can use it to perform live streams and then use the edits from the live streams on your new channel so that you don't have the same problems you have with your old channel. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. That's what I'd do. That's what I'd do. Let me see if I can figure out how to send Jake this link. I think it's still in there. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try email, bud. That's what I'm gonna try to do. Nope, up there. It need to be in there. Yep, Yep. Like I said, I sent AJOT one, but I think she's working. Nope, that's not right. Let's see. How do I? Hey, Bingus, welcome to the show. Hensley Paranormal, good to see you, bud. We're still fiddling around like a monkey with our tail cut off out here, trying to figure out how this melon thing works. Supposedly, I have one guest slot remaining. Okay. Now, this is going to make you sign in under your email, I think. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. And then you have to like acknowledge who you are either through Facebook or YouTube, that you're this channel, right? Or you're your channel. And you'll come in as Untethered Live instead of coming in on whatever random email you were using, and you'll come in as whatever name is on the email, I guess. I didn't have any problems. When I went up with a hippie, I clicked the link. It was like, is this you? I was like, yeah, that's me. And I was in there, and we had a nice conversation. It sounded awesome. We did the thing with the stuff. Captain Caveman, what is up, Easy Pop? Good to see both y'all. Appreciate y'all coming by. I don't have any of my gizmos actually set up yet because I haven't found my lower thirds yet. I'm pretty sure they're over there in that design studio thing that's over there in the corner. But that just seems to be a whole bunch of different. Hey, see, I told them. Why don't you have a camera? That's weird. Very strange. Not sure how to handle this because I don't have an overlay. And I can't see him. Wait, I didn't put it in. Oh, that's interesting. It just went bright yellow. That's amazing. I want y'all to see this color.
Oh, I know what the problem is.
Check this out.
I got it.
Oh, there you are. I just wanted them to see that color. It was amazing.
Snap camera for some reason was coming in hot.
Let's see what we got. We got this. We got that. We got this.
Like that. Or that.
That's weird. That's
Suddenly
also
I'm smaller than you. I wonder why. No,
hey.
I don't care at all.
There we go.
Is there anybody watching this?
Yeah, we're live. We're live right now. Say hello to everybody. I know it says there's nobody in here, but apparently Melon doesn't count live streamers. We've got 8 folks according to YouTube, although I don't trust them either, so I'm not sure where to go with this.
Also, for some reason, I'm hearing you instead of in my headphones through my speakers. Let me see if I can fix that. I don't have very many options here.
You should just look for whatever your sound management system is. If it's what if you use Black Hole, don't you? Something like that.
No, well, I've got Black Hole, but I'm using just straight in right now.
Oh,
but
there's
it's not giving me an option. Hold on.
Yeah, keep fiddling with it. You'll figure it out. I'm gonna go ahead and start up this next video.
Okay, you do that.
See if I can remember. All right.
Oh, I got it.
So we're gonna take a look. This video covers. All right. So the name of this guy is Bill Ewasko in Joshua Tree National Park, and he is one of quote unquote the missing. Right. The name of the channel is The Missing Enigma. And I'll drop the chat. Oops. You got it figured out yet?
Yeah, I got it all straightened out now.
Fantabulous. How do you like the sound in this so far?
It could be a little louder.
I got me turned down a hair. And I got this turned down just a bit.
That's better. Much better.
Let me see here. I'll check it on the other end. Testing. Oh, yeah, that's good.
I like my audio to be right on the edge of crispy.
Right. Okay, let's back this up to the beginning. We'll start out from the beginning to begin again new. So, I don't have a whole lot of background story on this particular case. As I understand it, he left one afternoon and simply vanished, like he walked off the face of the earth.
My grandfather did that.
Well, that's because he was an explorer looking for the South Pole, and it makes perfect sense in your world. Because I'm a troll, right? Anyway, so we're going to roll this out and see what it ends up being about. It's a time period I can't even define because I can't see it. How long?
Inslee Paranormal.
10 minutes.
Before we begin, I want to thank Wonder for sponsoring this video. If you need to
thank you, Wonder, for sponsoring that video.
Depends. What are you wearing?
Digital art. Using Wonder, all you need to do is pick an adjective, a subject, or a situation, and a style. The AI will then create a unique piece of art based on your specifications. The applications of this can be limitless. Maybe you're looking for inspiration in creating your own piece of art. Well, then type in the words that best describe your idea and see what Wonder comes up with.
Hey, ATL, welcome to the show, bud.
Fun time creating any kind of you could possibly imagine. Taking an idea and applying it to Wonder's many different artistic styles is part of what makes it great. You can view what your idea looks like as an oil painting or as a photograph, or maybe you'd like to give it a cinematic style. You can be as specific or as abstract as you want. The possibilities are truly endless. With Wonder Premium, you get over 20 different styles, faster rendering speeds, unlimited art, and no ads. So click the link in the description and download Wonder now. You can get a free trial of the premium version and let your creativity flow.
Ewasko?
66-year-old Bill Ewasko was a retired resident of Murrieta, Georgia. He enjoyed hiking, was a Vietnam War veteran. He had planned to travel to Joshua Tree National Park for a solo hiking trip that was
to last
about a week in June.
That's about the best I can do with this situation.
Joshua Tree is over 1,200 square miles of desert terrain known for its namesake trees. According to friends, Bill went to Joshua Tree every year, and it was one of his favorite places. He flew into the LA.
Looks like a Fred, though, not a Joshua.
On June 23rd, and subsequently rented a white 2007 Chrysler Sebring in order to get around.
Funny, I thought it was a Tony tree.
Afterwards, Bill drove to a condo located in Rancho Mirage that was owned by a friend. Bill had a number of locations that he planned on visiting while in Joshua Tree, including Carey's Castle, Indian Cove, Keys View, the Lost Horse Mountain, and the Salton Sea. He had also planned on meeting 2 individuals at some point during his trip. Bill called his girlfriend Mary around 8 a.m. on June 24th and informed her that he was driving into Joshua Tree and was planning to hike to Carey's Castle that day. Carey's Castle is an old miner's hut built into some rocks. Bill told his girlfriend that he would call her as soon as he was done with the hike, which he estimated to be around 5 p.m., but he never did. By this time, Bill's girlfriend tried calling him numerous times, both on his cell phone and at the condo. She decided to call Riverside Sheriff's Office in order to report Bill as missing. She informed the sheriff that it was very unusual for him to not call her. She believed that he may have been injured inside.
That's weird. It just did that thing again. The timer just started back over. It says I've been streaming for 2 minutes. It's actually been 23 minutes.
I didn't lose you, so.
Okay, that's weird. That is going to make it very difficult. It has no countdown timer when coming live. That was very stressful.
I wonder if it is going to cause you trouble saving it.
Right? Because does it count as a new stream now?
I don't know. Maybe
the previous
watch it back when you get done and see if you got the whole thing.
Okay. All right. Well, I was just checking because I saw it reset and went, it's weird. Sorry, y'all. still explorating things over here. It still says there's nobody here.
Yeah. So what you're saying is Melon has some quirks.
It's quirky. The free version, at least.
What's up, Melissa?
Hello, Melissa Stedman. Welcome to the show, babe. I'm not a huge fan of A, not knowing how many people are watching, and B, not having countdown timers and stuff. That's really weird. And it resetting every 20 minutes is going to make things very difficult on figuring out when to end this madness. I mean, I got a clock, but at the same time, I've kind of gotten used to using my timers as a, and if that's useless, it's useless.
Useless. Welcome to the show. It's Squatch.
Yeah. Welcome to Sasquatch Chills, where the technical issues are part of the show. Yeah, okay.
Joshua Tree. Park rangers received the report of an overdue hiker at around 8 a.m. on June 25th. Bill's girlfriend had called, informing them of his plan to hike into Carey's castle, and also that he had not been heard from since. When rangers went there and didn't find his vehicle, they were informed of all the other possible locations Bill had planned on visiting, but they still had no luck. Specifically, rangers...
I know what caused it to reset. I've got two window profiles here that I'm using. One has all of the gizmos out where I can see them, and I can see everybody that's in and all that stuff. I have the access to share everything. And then I have another, I bet it does it again. Hold on. I have another one. Yep, it just restarted the clock. That's exactly what did it. Just changing that window style. Does it do anything on it? Nope. It ain't even hiccup when I did it.
That's weird.
Okay.
Weird.
That is really weird. All right, so I can access all of my stuff through like a triple layer menu. So I've got chat, I've got you, and I assume I would be able to see my other guests and stuff in this tiny window. And that's really convenient and neat. But if I need any of my other lower thirds or gizmos or anything, I have to open. Actually, yeah, no, that's not working. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. I don't have my share access. That's what I'm missing, is my ability to share videos and whatnot. Hello, Heather Holt. Welcome to the show, darling. Appreciate you coming.
I've got a share button over here.
Yeah. If I make it large, right? When I do, the countdown starts over for the live stream. Nothing happens over here that I can tell. And I get my share, react, and a bunch of apps buttons, video share. There's three ways to share. I can save a video into the system so that it plays off site, or I can play it on site and share it, kind of like I'm doing with OBS, but with a StreamYard feature.
Gotcha.
And that's kind of weird. I'm not sure what it'll do, but I guarantee you it'll look really freaky because I've got all my information already on my screen. So it would like make me a small screen with you, and it would, whatever it does, it'd be really weird. Guarantee that. I'm sorry. I'm just bantering away. My bad.
Check the area.
He's using Melon.
View.
Oh yeah. This is sort of a test run for Melon. I was kind of trying to figure out if it would work well for, if nothing else, just for Sasquatch Shills, because I can only have like one or two guests, and I haven't figured out how to get the second guest in here yet. I have no idea if there's anybody there or not. I couldn't tell the last time I was live either. So, but the reason I was interested in this is the sound quality between me and a guest is vastly superior to StreamYard. We have yet to make a cup of coffee over here. It hasn't happened since we went live. I'm certain of.
Well, that's excellent.
If it's useful, but like I said, now it says I've been live for 1 minute and 47 seconds, and that's not very useful. Even if, well, Melon was apparently designed by some people that were working on Streamlabs, and Streamlabs caught wind of it and was like, "Hey, that's pretty cool," because apparently they were using it privately amongst themselves or something. And Streamlabs caught wind of it and was like, "Hey, that's pretty good," and they financed having it made into a full service. So it works. If you have Streamlabs, you can use all of Streamlabs gizmos in conjunction with this, but you don't need it. I'm using OBS, and while I don't have any gizmos functional, I don't think any gizmos are actually available on the free plan. So,
well, I have Streamlabs, but the only thing it does is tell people to like and subscribe, and it lets me know if I get a new subscriber, but that's it.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the bot activity.
Yeah. I hadn't used it beyond that.
Supposedly there's some bottishness things that, I mean, since you already got Streamlabs and it's already functional, it should be pretty easy for you to just carry it over into this because it's based loosely off of Streamlabs in the first place.
Got it. How much does this nonsense cost?
The pay version is either $9.99 a month or $17.99 a month.
That's a lot.
Not really. The pay version of StreamYard is like like 22 a month, something like that. I can't remember. I paid for it by the year. My wife bought me a year of StreamYard to get me out of her hair. Basically, it's a very intelligent investment in my opinion. I've got all right, so there's a weird thing when you go to share the links. You share a link and it's its own separate link thing. And I think until they either turn it down, I don't know how that works. I sent AJOT one and I sent Jake one, and now it says I don't have any slots left.
Well, mine came into my email and it took me right here, so it wasn't no issue at all.
Did it give you any kind of a fit trying to get in?
Nope. I just had to figure out my sound and my video.
Right. That's perfectly normal. I was getting people telling me that when they tried to click the link and come up, it was sending them to start their own streams. I don't know what that was about. I may have been sharing the wrong link or something. Something, yeah. Or if it's full, it just routes them over to start their own stream.
Maybe.
That could be it too. I'm not sure. Right. Good, smart wifey. That's the way that works.
Juniper Flats parking area multiple times. Rangers then called the owner of the condo where Bill had been staying and asked them to check if Bill was still there. They reported back that he was not, and his car was not in the parking lot. Rangers also tried calling one of the individuals that his girlfriend said he had planned on meeting up with. Strangely, when Rangers heard back from this person, they were told that they did not know who Bill Ewasko was. On June 26th, Riverside Sheriff's deputies searched Bill's condo with the permission of the owner. There were no signs of forced entry or signs of any struggle. They found some folded clothes items and a bottle of...
Well, that's a little bit annoying.
What is?
It covers you up when I bring up something on if it's long enough. Most short things like this are fine, though. That's actually pretty cool.
Can you put me on the side?
I cannot. That was what I was doing over here when I was fiddling around with it like this.
What the hell kind of screen is that? Let's offer him one that cuts them in half.
I can that's pretty.
Is this like in beta? Is that what's going on?
I don't think so. It's a 2-year-old program. It's been operational for a while. I don't know. This is certainly interesting.
It's different.
I think that's about the best we're going to get out of it. Like, Right. None of this is for screen sharing, so I don't want to mess with that at all. And here's another thing. It's telling me very conflicting stuff. Like it says that I can have up to 6 people in here. But then when you go and look, you can only send one invite out at a time, basically. And then I have a team member slot that I can add, and I don't think that counts towards my guests. So I'm supposed to be able to have 2 guests.
Yeah. And that's
what I was
what
told.
that's the free version, right?
The free version, yeah. This is like absolutely. I've expended no energy save coming in here and setting up my stream setup. But something I was able to do really, really easily was link a Facebook group and a few other things that I have that are out there that I don't have permission to stream on and stuff. So that was interesting. Although I don't know the difference between a page and a group and a crowd, and a Congress and a parliament. One's owls, one's snakes. I don't know. I don't get it.
I've got a Facebook page, a Facebook profile, and a Facebook group.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got a band and shit going on, so I mean, you would have to have, informative interaction with people that are looking for shows and shit, or other band members and whatnot, that kind of stuff. I'm just some dude with a computer.
So you say.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So we're going back to the show.
Prescription blood pressure medication. They also found several itineraries and numerous maps he was using. One of the itineraries stated, Thursday, Thousand Palms, Joshua Tree all day, Lost Horse Mountain Friday, Joshua Tree Wonderland of Rocks. Later this day, a California Highway Patrol helicopter spotted Bill's vehicle at Juniper Flats backcountry at around 5 p.m., and they were able to finally pin down where Bill had really gone for his hike. Rangers noticed some receipts in the vehicle with directions to Juniper Flats written on them, as well as boot prints near the car, but they were uncertain that they belonged to Bill. Rangers checked the backcountry board for a registration tag left by Bill, but it appeared he did not register. Registration is not required in the park, but many people choose to do so for their own safety. At this point, they began an intensive multi-agency land search. They confined their search to the area around Quail Mountain, Juniper Flats, and Stubb Springs. Rangers began by driving down Juniper Flats Road, calling out to Bill using the vehicle's loudspeaker and flashing emergency lights as it continued to grow darker. Other hasty searchers were sent to Quail Mountain and Stubb Springs as they were the 2 most popular hiking destinations from where Bill had parked his vehicle. During this time, temperatures were reaching a high of 89 degrees with a roughly 20-degree drop at night. The terrain of the location varied from flat sandy washes to rugged rocky canyons and mountainous ridgetops.
Over there at Old Fred Tree.
Mentioned seeing lights to the west of Juniper Flats trailhead. These lights were never confirmed, and searches in that area later on revealed nothing. By June 27th, Rangers established a containment area for their search, using Quail Springs Road, Smithwater Canyon, and Johnny Lang Canyon as a northern border, and the California Riding and Hiking Trail as a southern border.
Hey, official misconduct, Ghost
there was a
Eagle.
high probability
Thank you for coming
that
out.
Bill was in this area
Flyborn, good to
based
see
on
you.
the location of his vehicle. The fact that he listed Quail Mountain and Smithwater Canyon as destinations that he had planned to hike, and also based on information they had received that Bill was a day hiker and would not be equipped for nor attempt any overnight hikes. Searchers were in the field for about 14 hours, but found nothing but a red bandana near Quail Mountain that they were not certain belonged to Bill.
Back in my
On
day,
Monday,
we only
June
did the
28th,
day
as
hiking. We
things
didn't
continued.
mess with those hoodlum youngins hiking at night.
Hiking at night's a good way to get eaten by a cougar.
That's pretty stupid.
It's not bright.
I didn't
well, I
know
guess
the thing. I thought hiking was done during the day.
it
Apparently, he's
is.
made the distinction. This is a day hiker.
No, I think the distinction is that he goes out and comes back in a single day. He doesn't camp out.
Oh,
He's not going out with a bag and a pouch, like with a rucksack full of stuff to go live out in the woods for 2 or 3 days. He's only
well, that
going out
makes
there for an
perfect sense.
afternoon. Of course, you know me. I'd probably take 2 days of supplies on a day hike.
Me too.
I'm that butthole that when he gets lost or injured out there, you find him 2 days later, 2 pounds heavier. Because I was bored, didn't have nothing to do but sit around and eat.
Yeah, I don't get lost.
I haven't been lost in a really long time. It's been a minute.
Well, see, I have this unique ability to have the understanding that if you go that way long enough, you will reach water.
Well, that's true. Just about any direction you go, if you go long enough,
I'm not lost. I might
that's
be
probably
away
that's
from
probably
people.
not going to help you find 29 palms, bud.
Right, but still not lost.
Oh, okay.
I will find my way out.
Certainly on the North American continent, we got that covered. All right. Okay.
Continued looking in their specified areas. The Riverside County Sheriffs brought in an officer with his bloodhound to try and find Bill's direction of travel. After using scent articles found in Bill's vehicle, the canine led the officer west on the California riding and hiking trail to where it intersects with Juniper Flats Road, and then stopped. At about...
Is there a poll on the chat for anybody? Because it's not here on my phone, but it is here on the screen.
It was there in YouTube, but I don't see it now that I've switched over to Melon.
Yeah, you wouldn't see it in Melon because it's set up in YouTube, so it would only show up in YouTube. But for some reason, it didn't pop up over here on my phone at all. All I've got is the pinned link. So I was just curious if when it when it started at 8 o'clock, if it had like glitched itself out or something. It happens sometimes.
Don't know.
I don't either. I don't know.
7:30 in the evening, a Detective Martinez arrived to inform rangers that a Yucca Valley cell tower had registered a ping from Bill's cell phone at around 6:30 a.m. the previous day. Cell phone pings can only give someone a general vicinity rather than a pinpoint location, though the ping indicated it came from within 10 miles of the cell tower. Detective Martinez also informed park rangers that Bill may have been in possession of up to 3 water bottles, cereal bars, bananas, and apples, in addition to other snacks.
Diabolical.
The only possible clues discovered throughout the day.
All right, I got it. I figured it out. Here's what happened. He was going out on a day hike, and he marched out there with his apples and his cinnamon bars and his bananas, and he ate a banana on the way out. Then on the way back, he slipped on the banana peel, cracked his skull. He's at the bottom of the hill out there somewhere. Rain later that night covered his body up. Cougar come along, dragged off all the meat. There's nothing left. Search the cougar poops. You'll find him.
What say you, MBTV? Survey says?
Survey says... Swung on and missed. All right.
Was from a team in the Upper Covington Flats area who said they smelled the stench of death. No source for the smell was located, though it could have simply been an animal carcass. June 29th began with more canine units arriving to assist the search. Rangers had been consistently trying to get an airship with FLIR capabilities, but it was proving difficult. Search dogs were able to find 2 500-milliliter bottles.
Did he say airship?
Airship with FLIR capabilities. FLIR is
I know what FLIR is, forward-looking infrared.
Yeah.
I just find it funny that he called it an airship.
Yeah.
I guess it is. It's a helicopter.
He saw Airwolf when he was a kid.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Absolutely. Fucking Airwolf. Fuck yeah.
Both bottles were full, unopened, and stashed underneath a log. According to reports, the scent dogs exhibited behavior that strongly suggested Bill had handled the water bottles, as well as the red bandana that had been found previously. On June 30th, a hiker named Greg Mendoza came forward stating that he had gone into Joshua Tree on June 24th and
Fred
parked
Tree.
at Juniper Flats at 10:20 a.m. He did not see any other vehicles in the parking lot at that time. Mr. Mendoza hiked the Stubb Springs Trail and did not see Bill anywhere on it. When he came back to the Juniper Flats parking lot at around 5:30 or 6 p.m., he noticed a white Chrysler Sebring parked there with fresh boot tracks heading up the dirt road to the west. He noted that the vehicle was parked parallel to the curb on the north side of the parking lot. On July 1st, the search continued, but due to a lack of clues, fatigue of the searchers, the limited and dwindling supply of searchers, extreme temperatures, and the size of the search area, incident command was suspended. During that time period of June 28th to July 1st, temperatures fluctuated between a high of 94 degrees during the day and 56 degrees during the night. On July 2nd, a frequent hiker in the Joshua Tree area called rangers to inform them that he had previously left 2 water bottles behind a log in the search area. He explained that he stores them there for his planned hikes. Rangers determined that these were the water bottles that they had discovered on June 29th. Park officials also received an email from a hiking couple, David and Cheryl Haber, who were in the park on June 25th. They stated that they entered the park and arrived at the Juniper Flats parking lot at 8:45 a.m., where they...
Okay, so I went through all of this stuff and I picked out all the colors and stuff, and I specifically went for dark and drab and that kind of stuff because wasn't really wanting to make a fashion statement with it. And I think making that comment, subscribe and share thing just reset my timer.
Subscribble, I like it.
Yeah, I heard it somewhere. I thought it was hilarious. Made me giggle a bit. Okay, so that's a ticker. Let's try a banner.
They noticed one vehicle in the parking lot, a white compact car. The vehicle was parked parallel along the curb. The couple went on their hike east on the California Riding and Hiking Trail for about 2.5 miles and saw nobody during that time. They arrived back at the Juniper Flats parking lot at 10:30 a.m. The white car was still there, but now there was another vehicle parked on the other side of it. The couple then left the park. The
Drug
search
deal.
resumed on July 3rd with the arrival of the Sierra Madre search and rescue teams. Also on this day...
Okay, so your theory is that he was a drug mule moving stuff through the park and it went bad?
You got it.
So is this his regular beat, like day hiking drugs into and out of parks for gets and shiggles?
And he got high on some of his stash and didn't pay his supplier, and his supplier came down, and they had a big to-do involving a guy named Mike, and the guy named Mike shot him and left him for dead. Only he didn't die. He crawled with one hand for 3 days over broken rocks until he made it to a small cabin, and where he found a phone, and he called his lawyer instead of his wife because, we got to hide the money. What?
Okay.
Am I off?
Let's see. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he had a life and a family and stuff like that back. I think he was just a day hiker, dude.
It could have been. Could be that.
Okay. All right.
An administrative employee within the park named Mimi Gorman contacted investigators to give a statement about things she had witnessed on June 26th. Miss Gorman had driven to Keys View on June 26th to give an informal interpretive program at 10 a.m. She passed the Juniper Flats parking lot on the way to Keys View, but could not recall whether there was a vehicle there or not. About 3 hours later, as she headed back through the area, she noticed a newish white sedan in the parking lot. She gave a detailed description of how the vehicle was parked and even drew a diagram of it. She mentioned that there was something yellow, orange, or red on the front, which matched up with a yellow parking pass Bill had on his vehicle. The odd part is that her description did not match up with how the vehicle was parked when it was found by park rangers.
Don't be
Miss
suspicious.
Gorman was
Don't
shown a
be
photo of the
suspicious.
vehicle taken by rangers and immediately exclaimed, that's not how it was parked, while confirming that it was the same vehicle she saw, and that it was the only one in the parking lot at that time. She recalled the vehicle being backed in and parked facing away from the curb at an angle. By July 4th, searchers began looking outside the containment zone between Geology Tour Road and Lost Horse Mine. These were not areas that Bill had likely tried to hike to from Juniper Flats, but searchers were running low on possibilities. By July 5th, the search was significantly scaled back, with searches happening only on an intermittent basis. The weather at the time was getting increasingly more hot, some days as much as 106
Welcome to the show,
degrees,
Unindoctrinated.
and
Good to
still
see you,
no
bud.
new clues had been found regarding
Unindoctrinated.
Ewasko's whereabouts. On July 18th, Bill's girlfriend Mary called rangers to ask if they had checked the Carey's Castle area of the park. They told her that it was the first area that was checked based on the information she had given. Bill's girlfriend mentioned that he was really interested in going to the Carey's Castle area, even though she did not want him to because of what she had read online about it. She went on to say that she had spoken with a psychic who informed her that Bill was attacked and his vehicle was parked in a different location from where he was left.
Whoa.
Yeah. Notice how she knows strikingly a lot of details about that vehicle and where it was parked and how.
Well, I
I've
mean,
been
they did find the
places
vehicle.
today. I couldn't tell you the first vehicle I've seen.
I don't know. Some vehicles catch my attention, and they're usually flash. I'm not gonna lie, but occasionally it's just a random pickup with a strange bumper sticker, or one that's got a rust spot in a weird shape somewhere on a fender or whatever. And I'll remember lots of detail about that one vehicle, but I couldn't tell you what was in front of it or behind it.
Have you ever noted anything like a yellow sticker on the bumper?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying is, like, if there's something specific about the vehicle that triggers it in my memory, I might remember a lot about it, but chances are.
Brandy, she
Welcome,
was
Brandy.
a fine
Welcome to the
girl.
show. Good to see you, girl. So I mean, that's kind of hit and miss. If I did notice the vehicle, though, I might remember a lot about it.
It would have to be awful suspicious for me to notice it. If it was just there, I'd never
I'm
even
not
see it.
disagreeing with that, but like take for instance, when I was at Edisto a couple of months ago, we pulled up at the little store up there, and there was this little red Celica from like 1987.
Yep, that's suspicious.
85. You know what I'm talking about? Well, right. No, it was unusual enough that I noticed the vehicle, but not unusual enough that I called anybody to tell them about it.
Right.
So I still remember the vehicle and the weird little yellow splotches that were all over the back bumper, like somebody had flicked a paintbrush at it or whatever, you know?
Yep. I'm just telling you, that girl's suspicious as hell. She
Hey,
knows
Fab
way
Daddy,
too much.
Carrie, good to see you. I wouldn't go as far as saying I figured it out. Check this out. These are my options for a guest. I could make that work, but it would be weird. Right? And there's that, which isn't terrible. Like I said, I could make that work. That would work fairly well. And with a little bit of monkeying around and getting rid of that thing. It got rid of your name. What?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can fix that back. That's really weird. Let's see. No, not that. It would be under settings. So show names. It says show names is on. Turn it off. Turn it back on. You just don't get a name in that position or that position. Nope, wrong button. How about this? Yeah, you get a name. This is it. That's the only position you get a name in. However, I can create a lower thirds that has your name right here to the side. But it would be really, really nice. Nope, that's not it. If I think I'm gonna rework my screen to work around that setup. I think that would be the best bet, and just have one line of text over here.
Yeah.
Right. And also, Unfortunately, yeah, there's no way to have the guest in with their name under them. That's kind of weird. That's it. That's the option. Freaking weird. Okay. I'm gonna think on this a bit.
Or the half and half
According to the
screen.
psychic, the person who assaulted him has done this on numerous occasions before.
Wait. Talking about this?
Yeah, but they don't leave you any option for anything else, does it?
No, it doesn't. And also, if there's 4 people in here, that screen keeps getting smaller and smaller, and it gets my chat off the screen.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do, is maintain chat in a reasonable spot. Now, that's fine, but I have to rearrange a little bit of my show, which is no problem at all. I mean,
So if there's 4 people in there, are they going to go across the screen like
right
the
across
direction that this is going?
Yep.
Huh.
Absolutely. And while that's weird and it does eat up a little bit of screen, it eats it up right across the lower third. So it's not too bad. I mean, it's like, let's see. We'll put in the ticker and the untethered live bit. And that, I don't know, let's see. Actually, that's fucking perfect. That's perfect, dude. The only problem is it covers up the chat. It would be something I'd pop up occasionally.
Yeah. Could you resize that?
I don't seem to be able to. Let me see if I can fiddle with it. Oh, they done screwed up now. I can move it.
There you go.
Oh, they done messed up now, Bo. They done messed up now. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to play this while I work around over here. Things are going to start moving around on the screen. Don't get sick, folks.
And a pile of wallets would be found near his location. In addition to this, there were other psychic-type tips provided to investigators. One email sent to detectives describes 2 sessions of something called intuitive reading, something akin to remote viewing. One of these intuitive readers provided some rather detailed descriptions to authorities, like, from where the man is sitting, there are mountains with no snow, trees in front of the mountains, dry grass, rocks, dirt. It's hot. He's close to a path or road, and there are empty water bottles. To his left, there is a canyon, and 5 miles to the right is civilization. The intuitive reader goes on to say that Bill cannot move, is swollen, thirsty, fatigued, and has a sprained ankle. They claim to have made some sort of spiritual contact with Bill and informed him help was on the way. The second session describes a red truck by the road with dark, slippery woodlands. A twisted ankle, sliding down, sideways, but okay. Heavy breathing, chest hurting, numb on right side. They describe a man being near a stream with cold running water. It goes on to describe terrain 10 to 20 miles away from the subject.
Talking about psychics?
Whether or not these intuitive readings were used by investigators,
basically none of this is
unknown.
Good information.
On February 8th of 2022,
Probably not.
Joshua Tree Dispatch received a call from a group of hikers stating that they had found skeletal remains next to a backpack. They had found car keys, an old flip-style cell phone, a whistle, and a wallet with ID belonging to Bill Ewasko. The exact coordinates of the remains have been redacted from the park's report, but the description given for the location is on a peak near the split of the Panorama Trail and Bigfoot Trail, and also approximately 1 mile from the Bigfoot Trailhead off of Park Boulevard. Using this information, I would approximate the location of Bill's remains to be somewhere on this peak here. When I calculated the distance between this location and the cell phone tower that had pinged Bill's phone, I came up with 10.06 miles, which means the distance determined by the cell phone ping was almost spot on, and also would mean that Bill did not move far, if at all, after the cell phone was turned on and pinged. The 6 hikers who made the discovery were camping in the backcountry and had decided to explore the peak near their campsite and possibly get a better view for the oncoming sunset when they came across the bones and backpack. Authorities went out to the location along with the reporting parties and located the remains, which were photographed and left in place for the homicide team, which was going to arrive the next day. Bill's remains were found roughly 8 miles away from where his vehicle was found. Though not specifically mentioned anywhere in the report, I would venture a guess that the case was
All right,
declared
folks.
accidental and officially
How's that look?
Beautiful.
Still can't read chat on a phone, but I don't know that there's much I can do about that.
Try turning the phone landscape.
Well, yeah, they can turn their phone sideways, but a lot of them are walking around holding it. And in StreamYard, you can set it up so that, yeah. And yet again, every time I fiddle with that stuff, it resets my timer.
So the timer's just for looks.
I guess so.
Doesn't actually
guess-
time anything.
Wait, no, what it would be good for is timing from one event to another.
Nah.
I actually kind of like this layout, but it leaves a chunk of screen over yonder kind of useless.
Yeah.
Let's see. How much of that am I actually losing? Oh, I screwed the pooch on that one. There we go. Let's see. How much of this am I losing up there? Yeah, there's not much I can do about that. Pretty much how that's going to land is something along those lines. Looks a little more balanced, I think, though. Weird. But okay.
closed as the records had been released. The remains were in such a state that determining cause of death was likely impossible. It would have been interesting to know if any of the bones were broken. That at least could have provided an explanation or ruled one out. However, the discovery of Bill's remains did finally answer the important question of where he went. The disappearance of Bill Ewasko has ingrained itself in the minds of many people during the 12 years that he was missing in Joshua Tree. After the official search had concluded, members of the public interested in the case began their own amateur searches and ended up covering more ground than the initial search. One man, Tom Mayhood, went into Joshua Tree numerous times and searched great swaths of territory looking for Bill. Using Juniper Flats as the starting location, many have tried to determine Bill's potential path of travel and the relevance of the cell phone ping received 3 days later.
That's
Nobody
easy.
had ever envisioned
Fell
that Bill
herself
would
and then tried to call for help, but didn't get a signal, so he lay there and died.
Some may wonder how the cell phone ping was not thoroughly investigated. There are a number of factors related to this. I already mentioned the margin of error associated with cell phone pings, and the ping range of 10.6 miles put the cell phone location at such a distance from Juniper Flats that it likely seemed unreasonable to spend much time searching those areas. That is not to say that park rangers didn't want to, though. Rangers asked sheriff deputies for a FLIR helicopter to cover the areas indicated by the cell ping.
Okay, so my man knows what a helicopter is. He just
Yes.
decided to call it an airship because he was having a Airwolf moment, I guess.
Yep.
All
Exactly.
right, I'm going to say you were correct on that assumption. I'm kind of sort of getting used to this a little bit, but I don't know.
I like it. It's just a little different. Just got to get used to it.
I would say it's clunky, but I mean, I was thinking maybe of just getting like 2 months subscription and seeing how the pay version is. Because I mean, the sound's phenomenal enough that it's almost worth it just right there. All right, brother. Good to see you. Appreciate you coming by. You know,
Take it easy, Undoctrinated.
don't let the
Deputy
man
told
get you
the park
down.
rangers that this would be done, but it never was. Searchers spent some time in the areas along the ping line, and later searches conducted by folks like Tom Mayhood orchestrated some of their own searching based on the ping information. While these searches may have come close to Bill's location at times, nobody thought to check the peak where Bill would eventually be found. One unusual aspect of this case that is hard to ignore is the location of Bill's vehicle. If you paid close attention to how the search played out, you may have taken note of the inconsistencies regarding Bill's vehicle at Juniper Flats. Let's look at the timeline. Bill Ewasko phoned Mary at 8 a.m. on June 24th. He said he was already driving out to Joshua Tree and planned to visit Carrie's castle that day. Hiker Greg Mendoza was the first to spot Bill's vehicle. He entered Joshua Tree on June 24th as well and parked at Juniper Flats at 10:20 a.m. When Mr. Mendoza makes it back to the parking lot, it is between 5:30 and 6 p.m. He now sees Bill's white Chrysler parked parallel to the curb. Mr. Mendoza then leaves. On June 25th, David and Cheryl Haber enter Joshua Tree. They park at Juniper Flats at around 8:45 a.m. and see Bill's Chrysler there, parked in the same fashion, parallel to the curb. The couple go on their hike and return around 10:30 a.m. This time, they see another vehicle parked on the other side of Bill's. They head home. More than 3 hours later, Ranger Grayson, who has been alerted that Bill Ewasko is missing, drives out to Keys View looking for Bill's white Chrysler. He presumably passes Juniper Flats parking lot and does not note seeing a vehicle there. On the morning of June 26th, Ranger Grayson is once again tasked with checking Keys View for Bill's vehicle. This time, the ranger specifically notes that he checked Juniper Flats around 9 a.m. and no cars were parked there. At 9:45 a.m., Mimi Gorman drives by Juniper Flats on her way to Keys View. She does not remember seeing any vehicles in the parking lot, but couldn't be sure. On her way back from Keys View at 1:15 p.m., Miss Gorman stops by the Juniper Flats parking lot, a location she frequently eats lunch at, provided no one else is there. This time, however, she sees Bill's white Chrysler parked there, and would later give rangers a detailed description of how it looked and how it was parked. Miss Gorman would state that the car was backed in at an angle, parked away from the curb with its front facing Keys View Road. Miss Gorman leaves the parking lot after seeing Bill's vehicle parked there. At about 5 p.m. this same day, a CHP helicopter spots Bill's vehicle parked at Juniper Flats. When rangers arrive on scene, they find the car parked parallel along the curb, much in the same fashion described by Mr. Mendoza and the Habers. So if we were to follow eyewitness accounts, Bill's vehicle arrives in the Juniper Flats parking lot on June 24th. Bill then goes missing. The vehicle then disappears sometime on June 25th, before being seen again on June 26th, but now parked differently. Finally, when park rangers discover the vehicle later on the 26th, the vehicle has changed position yet again. The question is, did Bill's vehicle actually move, or are people just unreliable when it comes to both memory and competence? Obviously, an argument could be made for both. Ranger Grayson would have had to have been grossly incompetent to have passed the Juniper Flats parking lot twice and somehow have not noticed Bill's vehicle there, if indeed it was there the entire time. And while Miss Gorman was the only witness who stated the vehicle was parked differently when she saw it, she was also the one who gave the most detailed information about the vehicle. So was Bill's vehicle moved at some point? And if so, by who? The question is one that's difficult to answer, and at the time Bill was missing, it wasn't investigated in any serious way. It still remains one of this case's notable oddities. The question of the moving vehicle aside, we still have to speculate about much of Bill's movement after he entered the park. He calls Mary at 8 a.m. while driving into the park, but his vehicle still isn't at Juniper Flats even 2.5 hours later. This time could be accounted for by Bill heading to Carrie's castle, perhaps even getting to the trailhead, and then changing his plans and deciding to drive to Juniper Flats.
I want to be honest with you. The last place on earth I would go, knowing what I know, is Carrie's castle. I'm so terrified of that concept I can't even begin to describe.
I don't even know what it is.
Carrie's Castle, in this case, is a location on a hiking trail that is a group of rocks that vaguely resembles a castle from the distance. And the guy who named it, apparently his name was either Carrie or he was carrying something. I don't know. I just know it's a location. But there's also someone in chat named Mandatory Carrie, and if he's got a castle, I'm staying the fuck out of it.
Well, I tell you what, I think his wife killed him and then came back and got the car and then panicked and then took the car back.
I can't say you're wrong. It doesn't not fit the circumstances, you know.
Yep. Well, that car
Oh
moved.
dear God, he has a castle. No, is it above or below ground, Carrie? Because if it's below ground, we call that a dungeon. Just saying. I don't even know if they ever found his body. I don't think so. I think I said that earlier. He was never found.
Yeah, somebody found his body.
That's
in his
what you
backpack.
mean. I was wondering what you meant, that you wanted your name under a short or something, and I couldn't figure out what you meant by that. You meant on the both. Man, just stop it. Okay, I got what you're saying. I don't think shorts are going to work in this format. For that to work, it would have to be more like this. Thank you for pointing that out. We would have to go with something a little bit more. Damn it. Along these lines. Just goes to show you how much crap I've got going on over here, right?
Well, what's wrong with what that looks like? See your face better.
Well, like I was saying, I was trying to figure out how to make the shorts thing work, because the way the remixes go is you get to choose left or right is what it comes down to, and I'm trying to get myself sort of kind of centered over you, kind of. But I didn't think about that when I was setting it up. I was just trying to set up some kind of a cool looking doohickey, right? But it's going to end up me and you taking up half this screen, no matter what I do. So
Yep.
we're going to go with it from there. That looks pretty good. And then I'm going to readjust this over here. Back down to... it's so sticky at some spots.
Good night, official miss.
Thank you for coming by, official misconduct. And if you got a minute, give it a good old Sherry poke button type thing. You know how that works. And now, in theory, when I do a short, when I do a remix, it'll have me and you and your name and my name, and all of that will just be in place. And somebody will have one of these down here with their name in it when it happens. And I think that's what Lenny's after. Hey, I'll tell you another thing that hasn't happened. Since I've been fiddling with Melon, my YouTube hasn't glitched out like it do sometimes. Well, that's unfortunate. That landed halfway through. Let's see if I can get that straightened out. Right about there. Huh.
Not
Dear God, I hate this freaking...
Once at Juniper Flats, the indications are that he headed west. This assumption coming from the tracks that were seen and the canines that tracked his scent that way. He possibly goes up near Quail Mountain, where the red bandana was found. At some point, Bill gets lost. I hesitate to say that he gets injured because he still has far to go before he would reach the spot where his remains were eventually found. While Bill had his cell phone, he clearly didn't have any reception, which is very common within the park. Though he only has minimal food and water, he moves north toward the Quail Wash Park entrance for nearly 3 days. At around 6:30 a.m. on June 27th, a cell tower in Yucca Valley pings his cell phone at an estimated distance of 10.6 miles. This may have occurred after Bill climbed the peak where his remains were found, which could have been his entire reason for climbing it in the first place. It has been theorized that Bill may have kept his phone off to preserve its battery, as it continued to drain over the prior 3 days. When he turned it on at the top of the peak, the flood of texts and voicemails could have drained the remaining battery, but not before it sent out one final ping. Given the estimated distance from this cell tower, I think it's very likely that Bill stopped moving at or near the same place his cell phone was pinged. If true, he was only half a mile away from Park Boulevard as the crow flies. However, at that point, after walking for 3 days in the hot desert with minimal water, Bill was probably in very poor condition. Bill unfortunately had a few things working against him as he went missing in Joshua Tree. It's always wise to tell someone where you're planning on going and
Poor
when you
sense of
want to
direction.
go on a hike. Bill did this, but he changed his mind at some point without telling anyone. This only worked to delay an effective search for him. Given Bill's experience as a hiker and as a veteran, once he became lost, he may have tried to walk his way out instead of staying put. Sometimes an individual's toughness and persistence can work against them, and Bill traveled far through rugged terrain before he died. Ultimately, we'll never know the exact sequence of events that led to the decisions Bill made. When looking up information about Bill's disappearance, I came across another missing person incident at Joshua Tree that I thought shed some light on the state of mind of lost individuals. A few months after Bill Ewasko went missing, a 60
Found another problem. It doesn't. All right. So when I switch from the big screen where I got everything available to the small screen where it's just what I've got. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have that up there so long. Let's do this and then do that. Hide it. Like I told you. Why does it keep popping back up? Go away. Okay. All right, cool. Wait a second. See, it keeps popping up a little. All right. Anyway, let me get back down to where the chat is supposed to be actually functional. Hello, Al Sheffy. Welcome to the show, bud. I'm breaking everything and making it all horrible, and I do apologize. Hello, Chatty. Hello. How you doing, bud? We're going to pop this up right quick. See if I can move it. Can I move it? Apparently, I can move you, but that's not what I want to do. I want to move this. Can I move that? No. Can I put it over my head? No. Okay. All right. Well, damn it. Why did you? All right. Now stay down. Don't pop back up. Hello, John Smith. Welcome to the show, bud. We're having an absolute disaster here. Susie tried. I appreciate you. Bye. I really do. I'm still really perturbed that it's over here telling me there's nobody here. That just ain't. And I've been live for 2 minutes. It's going to take all night to get this hour done. However, I think if I had just triggered like a video or something, then the timer restarting would let me time to the next event. So like if each section of the show was 15 minutes, that would be somewhat useful, kind of. Hey, Cap. Hey, man, I'm going to be pushing your second channel instead of your first. We've marched about 300 people through your channel since I've been pushing on it. Let's see if we can get them to hang on the other channel. I mean, I don't know what else to do. He runs up to 176 every day, just about, and then drops back down to 174 the following night, every night. And that's not normal. My man's getting views. He's got the shorts going. He's doing everything appropriately.
Hi, Susie.
I think that channel is shadow banned, and you can talk to Carrie about that. Might as well be screaming down a well.
They don't like truth and common sense here in YouTube land.
Hey, Cap, how you like the sound on this one? This is a totally different setup from StreamYards. Apparently, it has more bandwidth to carry sound and uses it more faithfully. And all of it's just like StreamYards is off-site. I'm kind of unhappy with the guest situation. I'm assuming they would line up right across the bottom right here between. I don't know, though. I don't know. Yes, this is still the free version. It'll probably be maybe next week after next, before I've got to access to online purchases. I don't have any online presence other than my channel, so I can't do that kind of thing. It does not come with the cheeseburger. Definitely does not. I looked. It's not there.
But it does come with a melon baller.
Well, no, it's certainly a ball and melon. Waka waka. All right, bud. I'll throw you a link at some point in time later. You can come in and fiddle with all the diddles in here. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know what to do with what's going on around Jake over there, because it's just a weird spot to stick somebody, I think. And the other options I can't even really look at in the small. Oh wow, it did it again. Well, that's no good. I can do it gives me 90 ways to upgrade over here. I don't have any of those features. Lovely. Let's see what happens. I can do this. Oh yeah, there we go. That does that. That does this. Fella. Ooh. Oh, cool. That's actually not terrible. The sound is so good though. That's the thing. If I can make this work, I'd like to do it. Even if it's just for, my Sasquatch Shield stream. And we just do a second stream later in StreamYards to bring in 325 people. But the paid version of this gives you 12. The only problem is it doesn't have a logical arrangement for guests where I get my own full screen and they get lined up so that we can share media and stuff, kind of like I got going on now. It's real weird. Although I admit I do feel a little more balanced with you now. Usually I'm this big head and y'all are little bitty cameras over yonder somewhere. Kind of feel dissociated.
Well, at least you finally admitted it.
I was asking for that.
You were asking for that.
Probably shouldn't lead with my chin. Now that I think about it,
I love you.
Suddenly,
I love you, but if you give me a crack, I'm going to exploit the shit out of it.
I know you do, crack.
From Los Angeles, named Ed Rosenthal, went for a day hike in Joshua Tree.
I figured it out.
Every weekend.
If you look like those guys, don't go hiking in Joshua Tree.
In Black Rock Campground.
That's probably no, sir. That's probably a real good plan. It's a good way to handle it because you look like that.
Old.
Not gonna make it.
Not gonna make it.
If Bear Grylls was screwed, so are you.
On a trail he had been on at least 5 times before, but this time he became lost. He had to endure 6 days of survival in the hot desert. When Ed was finally rescued, he could not explain how he had become lost, why he had walked into canyon after canyon,
he was
why he had
rescued.
strayed so many miles from where he had started.
No, this is a
Ed
new
was
guy.
quoted in the Los Angeles Times talking about the experience and saying, "There's an amazing energy around. It's not about me, this whole event. I never had the kind of energy to walk 25 miles. I never hike like that." Ed was eventually rescued when a helicopter spotted him in the canyon. His story gives interesting and unique insight into what people are capable of when they become lost and what their mindset is. Some people just start walking, thinking they can hike themselves out of their predicament. Unfortunately, that is often not the case. Bill Ewasko's situation feels similar to that of Ed Rosenthal, though with a much worse outcome. There are obviously still some unanswered questions surrounding Bill's case, as there always are when the missing are no longer around to explain their actions. Bill died while doing the
Hold on, full stop here. By definition of being missing, they are not ever around to explain their case because they're missing.
And also, he was a half a mile from the highway. I think he just gave up.
Well, it was 63, right? So that highway probably wasn't nearly as active as you're thinking. And even when you did hear something, echoes out in places like that can be absolutely mind-boggling.
Well, I would imagine that Joshua Tree is such that when you're out in it, in the middle of it, everything looks circular. You know what I mean? From your perspective.
Right.
So
Right.
you really can't get a bearing on where you're going. But if you can put the sun to one side and just keep walking, you're going to run into something eventually.
There's a few there, yes, almost certainly, but there's a few places out there that's not necessarily the case. I mean, you get out around Utah and Arizona and a few spots out yonder, you're liable to walk for days. Yeah, just more desert. That's all that's out there. So what's over here? Desert. Over here, yep. Mm-hmm.
More desert.
More desert.
Gila monster.
So
No, that's desert.
We'll go that way. I mean, why not? Every direction is just as good as the other at that point, right?
I say if at any point you realize you are lost, turn around and go back.
That's genius. That solves all the problems. You just solved every missing person case ever.
Turn around and go back the way you came. That's
Fuck,
closer to
dude,
finding your way
you
out.
heard it here first. You heard it here first. If ever you are one of the missing, remember, just turn around and go back. That's
right.
all you have to do.
I'm not saying that's all you have to do. I'm saying that you have a better chance of finding your way out because you came from that way. You know how far you walked. So there's a better possibility. If you go straight, you don't know where you're going.
I think the premise here is that he was following a trail and he got off trail without realizing he got off trail and then realized he wasn't on trail. So when he turned around to go back, there's no telling which direction he would have been facing when he did, you know?
Yes, out in the wilderness, especially like where there's a lot of trees, it's real easy to walk in circles.
Oh, yeah.
You list to one side or the other anyway. It ain't nothing to just be walking in circles and not even know it. And every tree looks the same. So,
and it's not like in the movies where you walk in circles and come back across the rock that you came across an hour and a half ago, because what actually happens is you cross back over your path 30 feet further down or 100 yards further down. And so you don't necessarily recognize that you've been through that area because you're coming at it at a cross angle. What generally gives it away, at least in my case, was finding my own footprints.
Yeah. Well, if you're from the woods, you
Right.
have a disposition that most people that go hiking do not have. Actual experience being in a place like that.
Right.
So it's
like,
easier
I'd be
for
lost.
you and me to find our way out of a situation like that. Not saying we couldn't get lost, but it would be easier.
No, dude, out there, I would get lost as hell because none of my tricks would work. We're not waist deep in water, and I don't know what to do with that. I would die of thirst in 8 hours somehow. Because where I come from, you don't carry water, you carry food.
Right.
Because you can find water anywhere. You can poke a hole in a freaking ground around here and go get you some water. It's not. That's not the thing. You can wait 6 hours and it'll rain. You can get you some water. The trick here is getting stuff dry so you can build a fire, which you don't actually need to survive.
No, you don't.
You can survive 2 or 3 days, and it's not that you won't die of exposure. It's just the exposure here is very mild.
Yeah. Well, you're also in a desert, so you got the wind, you got the sun. And if it's overcast like that picture, it'll burn you to a crisp and you don't even feel hot.
You're right. You'll be cold and burning up.
Yeah.
Blistered, blind. I think that might have a lot to do with these things. And I believe you'd be surprised how many of these missing people are simply missing because A, they came across a snake and broke their leg trying to get away.
Yep.
And B, they came across a snake and got bit.
Yep.
Because you would not know the difference.
Not from a dead body.
Find a body. Yeah, you just find a dead body out there. And if it's been out there for a few weeks, you wouldn't necessarily be able to determine it was snake bit, although you would be able to see the broken leg. So there's that.
You also wouldn't be able to see that, say they had a heat stroke from like an overcast day like that, not realizing they were overheated.
That's true. That's also very true.
Especially in Arizona.
She's down in the marsh area, but you're kind of in a desert environment too. There's water everywhere, but not a drop to drink.
Right.
I would die there too.
And that trick about cutting a cactus open and drinking the water out of it, that is a myth. Do not do that.
That is unhappy doings. Don't do that.
Not only will you not get nourished, but you might trip balls while not being nourished.
Right. There's deep marsh pools. Nothing comes out of the Medlock hole. All right. So that wraps that bit up. Do we want to get into Rogue Waves? I'll tell you what, we're going to play the Rogue Wave ones muted, and we'll chit chat about what we see.
Okay.
Do you know what a Rogue Wave is?
Are you referring to an ocean?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know what a rogue wave is.
All right, for those playing at home, there are conditions on the ocean where wave patterns are counter to wind patterns, where a mechanism is creating waves that are not traveling in the direction of the wind. Usually they do, like 99% of the time they do. But occasionally a system will set up a situation where your wind waves are generated at one frequency and your ocean waves are generated at another frequency. And every 3,700 and some odd waves, both of these frequencies sync. And when that happens, you get a wave that where the weather has waves 8 foot tall, you get a 25 foot tall wave, just out of the blue, a just freakishly big wave.
It's sometimes the ocean, man. Things are shucking and jiving.
Yeah. But there are certain places around the world where these things are more likely.
Yeah.
The east coast of Africa. Well, that's that combination of certain air currents and water currents colliding at angles create these situations. One of them is between just north of Madagascar off the eastern coast of Africa.
Yeah, there's one in Scotland too, off the coast.
Yeah. The one near Madagascar has been responsible for the reports of like 90% of the rogue waves we have records of that damaged ships and caused damage and caused people to make a record of it. Otherwise, it's all anecdotal where somebody's like, yeah, I was out at the ocean and out of freaking nowhere, a 30-foot wave came by, smashed everything in the boat, and threw me in the ocean. And people used to talk about this all the time. No one believed it. There's a movie called Whitewater, I think is the name of it.
No,
that's a Kevin Bacon flick, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. No, you're talking about the Perfect Storm.
No, not Perfect Storm. This was about a group of kids, 16, 17, 18-year-old boys that signed on for experience being sailors with a master sailor out of Australia. And they went out and 3 or 4 of them died. The boat was capsized. They managed to right the boat. They fixed as much as they could of the boat and sailed that thing back in. And then he was convicted of manslaughter for 4 children or something.
Oh my God.
Every single kid that was on that trip testified on his behalf saying that there was absolutely no way to predict that the ocean would just up and land on them.
Yep. Well, see, that's the thing about the ocean.
That's the name of it, White Squall. I'm sorry.
That's the thing about the ocean, man. Listen, that thing is massive. And it can kill you anytime it wants to. At any moment, it can just go, no more land. Just because it wants to. And everything in the ocean wants to eat you. All of it. Why would anybody ever go in that thing?
For food. Because while you're on the food chain is very diverse at the ocean's edge.
Okay, that's why they make people that come from Maine. I have no business being near the ocean.
Oh, dude, there's so much of the ocean floor is completely unexplored.
Yeah.
Let's see what this dude sounds like. The name of this, let's do this thing, is Ocean Liner Designs. I think I might have highlighted one of his videos before, but it was about boats. And this one, it's also about boats, but it's about the effects of rogue waves on ships. Right? Did that work? No. Try it again. Okay, that worked. I guess so. Okay, we're going to let it roll. We'll see what it sounds like. If we don't like it, we'll mute it and just watch the broken stuff.
Rogue waves. For centuries, they've
I hate
captured
it.
public imagination and terrified.
Wait, hold on.
They
Check that out.
become the-
All right. So Saturday, I'm doing a show about something called vanilla skies. And its deal is that a lot of the old pictures around this time period have this white milky effect on the sky. And there's a few different reasons why it's like that. But there's one that really matters. And I'm going to let y'all hear a couple of different people who have tried to work out why this is the case. And then I'm going to tell you the reason that was explained to me by a book that I read in the library. Because I never knew it was a thing. And I knew why this thing happened, but I didn't know people thought it was some kind of conspiracy theory. But as the name of the video series that's going to be looked at is called Vanilla Skies, also referred to as Nilla Skies, because it's the Southern dude who did it. He liked the wafers, and he's a weirdo, which I can respect.
You ever heard the conspiracy theory about the Chicago Fair not being real?
I've heard, all right, the one that I heard, which I've heard two. One made some kind of sense, but the other one didn't. I heard that there was a huge mafia meeting that was supposed to be taking place in Chicago at a certain point, and that the basis of the Chicago Fair was to provide cover for the various international mafioso and organized crime syndicates, some politicians, give a reason for all these people to go to the same place and have a meeting, like Rockefellers and whatnot, all those people. So like a Bilderberg?
Bilderberg, yeah.
Bilderberg group
This
type.
would have been way early, like 1908. Is whenever
Mhm.
Tesla was
1906.
around.
Yeah, 1906 to 1910. This was Chicago Fair, the World's Fair.
Yep.
So what was the purpose of the World's Fair?
Well, it was, according to them, it was to showcase technology. They were showing off all these new inventions and stuff like
Conspiracy.
electricity.
What was your tip for the conspiracy?
Oh, it was just a conspiracy that I had heard where they showed the building. Have you ever seen a picture of the building where it was held?
Yeah, it's
Apparently,
fucking
they
amazing.
built all that in like 3 weeks and then tore it down after the fair, and it's nowhere to be found.
Yeah,
that
no, I
building
mean, it
does
was all
not
glass and steel. That building was completely recycled. That was one of the technological examples they were showing during the World's Fair, was the fact that we can come in and build an entire structure.
Right. Well,
And
this
tear it
structure
down
was
in
built out of
record time.
stone, and it was massive, and it
you
had
know-
waterways and shit.
The World's Fair was largely steel and glass and had like alabaster panels that were like fowed into it, so that there was like this gallery for art to hang on and stuff. So it
Don't get
looked
me wrong. I'm from a construction background. I know how fast something can be built. I'm just saying that was the conspiracy.
okay. That's a weird one. I'll have to look into that one just for
Go look
giggles.
into it because it's pretty cool how they put it together.
Certainly will. There we go. It's so weird fiddling around with all this
But
mess.
it's like
legends. But for a long
4 city blocks. This building. It's a huge monument. It has waterways where ships are coming in and out, or boats, not ships. It has bridges, and it has high rises. You know, it's the whole shebang, and then it just disappeared like in a couple of weeks. Obviously, they tore it down, but they put a lot of effort into that building just to tear it down.
Yeah, they're all reptiles.
time,
Let it
red
roll.
waves couldn't even be proven to actually exist.
Is that low to you?
They sat firmly in the same category as krakens and giant whirlpools as little more than seafarers' tales. But then, in the modern age, ships began to encounter huge waves, seemingly out
Giant
of
whirlpools are real. I have one in my
But these
bathtub every
encounters
night.
were even deadly, and some actually sank ships. Here are some terrifying true encounters with real-life rogue waves.
Okay.
In 1910, the ocean liner Lusitania was battling its way through a very heavy sea in a storm. See, ocean liners aren't like cruise ships. When bad weather comes up, they can't just go around it. Like a city bus, they have to maintain a regular schedule. So if there's a storm, they have to go right through it. The Lusitania and its running mate, the Mauretania, were the two largest and most modern, luxurious ships afloat at the time. For passengers, they must have seemed like floating cities, almost 32,000 gross registered tons and 787 feet or 240 meters long. Regardless of how big the ships were, though, the ocean was mightier, and in heavy seas they would roll and pitch up and down in the big waves. In 1910, the US eastern seaboard was experiencing a very nasty winter snap, with a blizzard engulfing New York City, and at sea, things weren't much better. Lusitania was battling its way through 50-knot winds and 30-foot or 9-meter swell. At about 6 p.m., the ship's captain, Turner, left the bridge to retire for the night, but he had scarcely stepped away when something was spotted ahead. It was a towering mountain of water, a monster wave that the ship's crew, 22 meters above the ocean, were looking at eye to eye. But then, as the wave was getting closer and the men on the bridge began to brace themselves, the Lusitania pitched downward into a trough and the wave reared up well above the ship.
That's terrifying.
With enormous force, it smashed over the top of the bridge, totally engulfing the massive ocean liner in white water. The bridge windows smashed in immediately, and the men inside held on for dear life as seawater roared in and swept them off their feet. In fact, the bridge was flooded up to 5 feet or 150 centimeters. The wave smashed along Lusitania's length until it was left behind, and incredibly, the Lusitania continued on its way. Afterwards, the men on the bridge picked themselves up. The helmsman, who had been steering the ship, had been flung backwards into a wall and found that he was still holding the ship's wheel in his hands. It had just broken clean off its base. Then the men realized, to their horror, that a fellow officer had been standing on a compass platform way up above the bridge. Somehow he had held on, and even though he was about 8 or 9 stories above the ocean, his legs were swamped by the water. To him, it must have looked like the Lusitania was diving into the ocean, only to never return. But Lusitania did return. The ship continued on its way after being thoroughly checked and arrived in New York a few days later. The bridge windows had been shattered and the whole bridge front had been smashed backwards by about 2 inches or 5 centimeters. Not only that, but 4 of the ship's lifeboats, each securely tied down and weighing about a ton each, had been ripped away. Amazingly, there were no fatalities or injuries in this encounter, but for a moment there, it must have seemed like it was the end for Lusitania's passengers and crew. Fast forward 85 years to 1995, and the Queen Elizabeth II was in a very similar situation. Headed for New York at about 200 nautical miles, or 370 kilometers off Newfoundland, the ship ran smack into Hurricane Lewis. 1995 marked an extraordinarily active Atlantic hurricane season, and Lewis was a killer. 19 lost their lives when it made landfall, and about 20,000 were made homeless. At sea, huge waves were being whipped up by the insane wind speeds of the Category 4 storm, and Queen Elizabeth II was caught right in the middle of it. QE2, as it was affectionately known, was considerably bigger than Lusitania, over twice the size, but it didn't account for much because in the face of 40-foot waves and 130 mile per hour or 209 kilometer per hour winds, the ship pitched and rolled. Onboard shows were cancelled, blackjack tables in the casino were tipped over, and then, in the Grand Salon, almost 7 stories above the normal water level, windows were smashed in by massive waves. Just after 4 a.m. on September the 11th, QE2's captain, Ronald Warwick, was on the bridge when out of the darkness ahead he spotted some white cliffs. At first, he thought they even looked like the white cliffs of
Oh, shit. Oh, look, there's a white cliff coming towards us.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't usually happen there, Cap. Do you have any orders, Captain?
Yeah, turn this bitch around and let's run.
Okay.
You'll be about halfway into the turn when it hits, but
What would it be, Carrie, if you're still out there? All ahead, starboard, all abaft, port,
run for your freaking life.
and then hard to port, and turn this motivator around. Good luck. Turn and shake the guy's hand. It's been an honor and a privilege. Because I mean, it's a freaking. You're 128 feet above the water on the deck that you're standing on, and it's 100 feet above you coming at you. It's like,
where's the fiddle?
Right. So somebody hand me a fiddle. Before this thing goes down, somebody needs to play a jig. Absolutely. Oh, my monkeys.
Over. But then, to his horror, he and his officers realized they were staring eye to eye at a wave about 96 feet, or just shy of 30 meters tall. QE2 had its nose pointed straight at it. You don't want to be caught from the side by a giant wave. We'll see why later in this video. But the crew held their breath as the wave raced directly at them. Captain Warwick recalled that the wave seemed to take ages to arrive, but it was probably less than a minute before it broke with tremendous force over the bow. An incredible shudder went through the ship. Just like on the Lusitania, the wave broke directly over the ship's nose, a seething, boiling wall of white water which smashed into the ship's bow decks with all of nature's incredible destructive power. QE2 broke through this first wave, but then the 963-foot-long ship dropped down like a roller coaster car directly into the path of a second wave, which crashed along the ship's length. It was this second wave which smashed into the QE2's bow with enough force to rip heavy crew doors open, bend railings, and wrenched away the big whistle mast. Amazingly, because the captain had advised passengers to stay confined to their cabins in the face of the heavy seas, and because it was so early in the morning, nobody was hurt in the incident, as most of the nearly 3,000 aboard were tucked away safely in bed. For centuries, sailors who had encountered rogue waves like this weren't believed, or it was thought that they were simply embellishing their stories. But Warwick...
All right, so you know this old sailor dude missing one leg, and you go by and he's always drunk, always just ripped out his gourd. He's always telling these crazy stories about seeing mermaids and but then he gets real serious and goes, "No, you don't understand. I once encountered a wave that was 112 feet tall." And everybody's like, "Yeah, right. You also saw the Kraken." No, those are jokes, but seriously. It sank our whole ship and drove us onto an island. Like, it was absurd. But nobody believed them. The insurance companies would pay a lesser dividend out if you claimed to have been struck by a rogue wave. They would pay out because there was enough witnesses to verify that something happened. But the insurance companies themselves did not believe in rogue waves.
Anybody's ever played in a bathtub ought to believe in rogue waves.
Yeah, anybody plays with any amount of liquid who's ever tried to walk with a hot cup of coffee, should understand rogue waves. Like, my eyes, it's killing me.
That's a whole ocean of bathtubs.
Right. And all the kids or duckies are waving at a different rate.
Warwick and his officers were vindicated in their story because a near...
Oh, that was really weird. I closed that window a long time ago. Why is it suddenly there?
You're the only one that can see it.
Yeah, no, I'm going to close that window again. Fuck it. I don't need it.
By Canadian weather buoy recorded an insane spike when it rode up at over a 98-foot or nearly 30-meter wave.
I got a question.
So far, the rogue waves we've looked
Gravity still works in the ocean, right?
Yeah, yes.
So if you're 100 feet up, riding up to the top of a rogue wave, and you break through the middle of it, and it whooshes by you, doesn't the boat fall?
Well, first of all, and Carrie explained that bit to me. I had that question with Carrie because we were going to cover rogue waves like a year ago, and he ended up having to go do some work. But all right, when a ship goes up into a wave like that, the wave rises far faster than the ship does.
Yeah.
Right. So it lifts the ship, but the wave lifts way quicker. And so the wave passes and the ship starts dropping down the other side, but the aft end of the ship holds this up. Oh dear. Can't have none of that.
Go away.
Poof be gone, man. Poof be gone. And so it has to do with how the ship is actually balanced out. If it's not balanced properly, yes, you will have a fall event, but the ship's supposed to be balanced in such a way so that by the time it works its way through the crest of a wave, it just slips off the back end of it. In the event of a rogue wave, though, it attempts to lift the ship vertically.
Yeah.
But if it's well balanced,
the ship cuts in Perfect Storm where the ship's going straight up into the wave.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a different scenario though, because they had a bunch of flopping around crap up on the deck. and that was throwing the center of mass off and forcing that thing to be like it was.
That's just terrifying to even consider that possibility.
Oh man, it's freaking nightmarish. Absolutely nightmarish.
This injury and weren't deadly, and this one isn't either. But it very nearly was, and if things had played out just a little bit differently, it would have easily resulted in the largest loss of life in maritime history. It was the Queen Mary, owned by the same company as the Lusitania and QE2, the Cunard Line, which was one of the world's most beloved and largest passenger ships, coming in at around 81,000 gross registered tons and exceeding 1,000 feet, 304 meters in length. In normal peacetime service, the Queen could carry about 2,100 passengers and 1,000 crew, but in the depths of the Second World War, it was realized that thousands more troops could be squeezed into the ship. Queen Mary, then the fastest ship in the world, was put into service as a troop transport, and the British government pushed it to its limits. At first, the Queen carried about 6,000 troops, but then as the war dragged on and more men were needed, it was held up in a big way.
What was that?
That's just asking for trouble. Look at that picture.
Yeah, no, that's not good. And if something happens on one side of that deck and everybody runs to the other side, that ship's going to list a bit. And it'll take it about 12 minutes for the pumps to catch up. But by then, they'll run to the other side.
Yes, Susie, I am aware of the difference in gravity at different places on the Earth. I was just talking about in relevance to the ship going up the wave and then coming down the backside of it.
Right. And yes, it does cause an immense amount of strain on a ship for that to take place. Kerry, he immediately hooked me up with a link to a ship breaking up because it was at rough seas. Now, as I understand it, the ship had other problems too, right? But the keel was broken on the ship and it cracked open like an egg.
Yeah.
Wacky.
1942, the ship, along with its sister, the Queen Elizabeth, was capable of carrying some 16,000 soldiers to Europe, an incredible number that, for a single vessel, has never been topped before or since.
There we go.
Cramming
Just because you can do something don't mean you could.
Into a single
That's
ship
true.
was a bold move by the British. It was not an easily made decision. But incredibly, faith was put into the Queen Mary's speed to dodge and outrun enemy submarines and airplanes. Adolf Hitler even put a bounty on the Queen Mary, the equivalent of $250,000, and the coveted Iron Cross medal for whichever submarine captain could sink the ship. Bizarrely, though, it was nature that nearly achieved this directive and not Hitler's submarine fleets. In early December 1942, the Queen Mary was loaded with over 16,000 American GIs and set out from New York to Scotland, braving over 3,000 miles of U-boat-infested and stormy Atlantic Ocean. By the fourth day at sea, the conditions had worsened and the Queen was now facing massive seas and high winds. On top of carrying the 16,000 plus men, the ship had been loaded with equipment and supplies which, coupled with its low metacentric height, a topic I covered in my ship design fails video, caused the ship to roll slowly over to one side and never seem like it would return to level. The troops inside the ship had to suffer and many had never been in such ocean conditions before. Seasickness was rife.
I can't imagine.
The inside of the ship became a nightmarish hell, awash with vomit and with many men presenting to the infirmary with serious dehydration. Regardless, the Queen Mary ploughed on, cresting monstrous waves and smashing down stories at a time, only to be met by the next one. Just 700 miles from her destination, the ship crested a wave and dropped like she'd done 1,000 times before, but then, seemingly out of nowhere off the ship's port bow, there appeared an enormous rogue wave, at least twice the height of the biggest wave she'd yet encountered. The bridge tried to turn the ship's nose towards it, but it was too late, and the Queen Mary was caught plumb on its broadside. Windows across the ship and on the bridge shattered as water roared over it, and lifeboats on the side facing the wave were just ripped off their davits. The ship began to heel way over, 10 degrees, then 15, then 20, then 30, and then 40. By now, everybody inside, if standing, would have had to have held on or at the very least have 1 foot on a bulkhead or wall. Then the lift kept going, 45 degrees, and then an incredible, horrifying 50 degrees of list.
Get
Inside
me out of this motherfucker right now.
And slammed against the starboard side. Men not...
Dude, my hands are sweating.
I just learned to swim. because this shit ain't working. The ground ain't supposed to turn over on its side. That shit would unrattle my ass. I'm a bit autistic. It would fuck me up, dude.
Like I said, my hands are sweating right now.
Hey, Dragonette, there's a link up there. You can click it if you want to. I have no idea if it'll work with Jake in here. I just don't know. We couldn't get it to work yesterday. So now there are a couple of differences. One, you remember the ad thing? I don't know if you came through, but I had this ad thing that was up in the way of all my stuff, and I couldn't get people in because I couldn't see that panel because it was trying to get me to buy Pro, do the tutorial and stuff. Which, you know, I may do at some point. There's a bunch of gizmos that go with it. I need a tutorial on Streamlabs, I guess. Yeah, no, it's not tsunamis. It's rogue waves. Those are two very different things. A tsunami is a wave generated by seismic activity or otherwise large movements of large masses, right? I mean, it can be done by ice and whatnot, but it's rare. On the other hand, landslides from land can cause a tsunami over a relatively local area.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
That happens a lot. You get small ones that take place in fjords and whatnot on steep.
That's actually what happened at, what was it, China or the Malaysia, the last one that was on the news? On one side of the ocean, they had a landslide that went into the ocean and it caused that tsunami.
Hey, Ozzy, welcome to the show, bud.
I hear you, Susie. Me too. Nail biter. Can you
How would
imagine
you
being
feel-
inside of that ship? There's no way out. You're stuck in a metal box. It's flipping over in the ocean. Jesus.
I don't have a mod in chat. That is very frustrating. Let's see what I can do with this. Oh, there's a mod in chat. An absolutely useless mod. He's not going to block anybody's freedom of speech. Ever. I just don't buy it.
I would, but I don't have a mechanism to do it on.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. I just want to walk my dog before he pees on something in here. So you can't find the link. It's supposed to be pinned to the top. Let me see if I still got it pasted. And I don't know if it'll work. You click it, it might try to make you go live on Melon yourself, but when I clicked the link that got me into Hippies, it pretty much just dropped me straight off in here. What kind of problems did you have signing in?
I didn't have any problems. I just clicked the link and popped right in. If you can get somebody else in here, we'll keep them entertained while you go pee. While your dog goes and pees.
Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering what it'll look like if somebody else does pop in. Because it says I have one more guest slot left. And it let me send the link and post the link. Although I don't know if that's a limited time link. But when I go to look at add guest, it's the same link over again. It's copy link, same link. I can click a button to have a permanent link, which would be weird, I think. Why would you want a permanent link? This broadcast ends when, well, I guess actually that kind of makes a little bit of sense. Because I could send you a link that you could just pin somewhere on your desktop or whatever. And anytime I'm doing a live, you can just pop in and you don't have to go through all the other bullshit.
Yep.
But can I still get like the temporary link for other people? That would be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be cool. We're gonna percolate and see what happens.
Yep.
Not holding on in their bunks were thrown down, suffering concussions and broken bones. Portholes smashed in, and seawater roared into cabins and staterooms. The starboard side of the ship slung low in the water so the lifeboats almost kissed the ocean surface. Then the ship stayed there, heeled hard over 50 degrees or so. For what seemed like an eternity, it stayed like that. It could only have been seconds, but for the 16,000 troops and 1,000 crew on board, it must have felt like forever. Nobody knew if the ship would roll to its doom. Incredibly, the ship began to slowly right itself, coming back level and putting everybody inside back onto their feet.
That's a whole lot of angels pushing right there.
4 degrees, then it would have
Ozzy says it does not like a non-Chrome browser. That's true. I am in Chrome. I
Yeah,
do
you got to
use
use Chrome for
from,
these kind of things.
well, I mean, I use Chrome specifically for streaming. That's why I set up my Chrome account. That's its whole purpose. So
Yep.
I don't run into that problem.
Well,
I
they build it
use
with that in mind. So it's set up to run on Chrome.
right. I bring in all my other stuff on Edge, which comes in the computer. It's probably terrible, but it sounds great. And as long as it sounds good and I can see the picture well enough, like on other browsers, my picture on my laptop has to be huge. I can make this one tiny on my laptop and then make it bigger on OBS and it works, right? And I have more room on my laptop screen to be able to do stuff. So I can like crunch down my email, slide it over there, put my chat crunch down, slide it over there, and I've still got room to manipulate a couple of other things. I'll have one or two other windows open, so I can go get other stuff and point and click and post it and be able to just swap out real quick. But one issue I do have is sometimes when I'm swapping between tabs, my laptop will fruit slam up.
Ozymandias. I am king. I.
What's the quote? I can't remember. Yeah, no, I don't get that. And it says I can hide you or kick you, but I'm supposed to have two guest slots. But it takes you to a page to try to start your own stream. That's what AJOT was telling me. I wonder if that has to do with what kind of browser you're trying to come in on. You reckon?
Either that or click it more than once. Maybe it's a loop thing.
It might be a loop thing.
Because I clicked mine as soon as you sent it, so it might be timed.
It might be timed. Why would it give me the same link twice if it was timed over an hour? If the link itself is already timed out and I'm trying to invite a guest, I don't get that. And also the other day when Car Thief left, I was able to bring, I think, Melissa up, and she sat in here for a little while and played with stuff. So
Claiborne, yes, changing directions of current can cause rogue waves, but most of the time it's due to an underground earthquake or something similar, or a shift in the sea floor.
A tsunami is typically caused by seismic activity. Rogue waves are caused by the interaction between ocean going waves that were generated far away by winds that aren't here versus winds that are trying to generate waves in the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's creating what can happen. And also they synchronize like music.
Right.
And the frequency of waves, the amount of peaks will synchronize at certain points due to where the moon's at or whatever, and it'll actually pull them up higher.
Right. That's what I was saying, Carrie. That most rogue waves start as normal sized, perfectly ordinary waves, and then in the process of them waving, they sync up, and suddenly you've got a monstrosity on your hands. My man say he play in the wave pool. Can I answer my phone? Sure.
I doubt it. They don't have enough gravity to affect us that way.
Yeah, dude, give me a call. I'll answer it. We'll let this play for a minute.
Exceeded its center of gravity and completely rolled over, capsizing in a raging sea that would have certainly resulted in the death of every single person on board, instantly becoming the worst single maritime disaster in modern human history. The wave the ocean liner Michelangelo encountered in 1966 was a deadly one, killing 3 people and injuring dozens more. SS Michelangelo was a liner built for the Italian line. Radical in its design, the ship was of decent size at about 49,000 gross registered tons and just over 900 feet or 276 meters long. The ship was used to maintain a regular passenger service to New York from Genoa, Italy, and just a year after its maiden voyage in 1965, the ship was making its way to New York when it was smashed by a rogue wave. The ship was 5 days into its voyage and had run into a storm. No problem though, because the ship was well designed to handle these kinds of conditions. Waves 20 meters high or 66 feet crashed over the ship's bow and it pitched up and down. But then, at a critical moment when the nose of the ship began to drop downwards, a huge wave appeared off its bow. Normally, this wave would have been harmlessly cut in two by the ship's knife-edge bow, but as the front of the ship dropped into a trough, the old storm wave reared up higher and higher until it was well above the Michelangelo's bow. At that second, when the ship was at its most vulnerable, the wave smashed down onto the front decks and plummeted into the forward superstructure. Tons and tons of water crashed home with terrifying violence. When the water had cleared and the Michelangelo came back up again, it became clear that something seriously bad had happened. Coming into the storm, the captain had ordered passengers to stay in their cabins, a smart move when the sea is so rough that unprepared people could be thrown around like rag dolls. But this also meant that all the cabins in the path of the wave were occupied, and when the spray had cleared away, the damage was revealed. The front of the ship's superstructure had simply collapsed. The metal caved in and bent like cardboard by the weight of the water. Cabin T11 at the very front of that section of the ship simply ceased to exist. 2 passengers in cabins at the front of the ship there were killed immediately, as was a crew member. Across the ship, there were 50 injured, 10 of them gravely, from sprains to breaks and lacerations from falls. The ship rendezvoused with the US Coast Guard vessel, whose personnel scrambled aboard to help the overloaded ship's doctors. Michelangelo limped into New York Harbor and the damage was assessed. At the time, ship's superstructures were being made entirely of aluminium to save weight and reap a speed benefit, but this meant the front of Michelangelo's superstructure could be easily caved in by enough water. It was rebuilt with steel instead. We end now on a ship that remains a mystery to this day, but whose disappearance can likely be explained by rogue wave activity. The München, or Munich, was a modern cargo ship built for Hapag-Lloyd. It was designed to...
All right, so here's the deal. I have 3 slots I can utilize. There's my guest slot, which is that link, and you have the link. Anyone else tries to click it, it's going to take you to go sign up for your own.
So you're saying the link that I used is the only link that you're allowed to use?
For my guest. The other link I have access to is actually for a teammate on my channel, like the StreamYard partner program or whatever they got going on, which theoretically gives me 3 slots, me, you, and my teammate, right?
Right.
Which is why I can't send this link and have it work, because that's this slot in the program.
Right, and that'll give whoever has it access to all your stuff.
Right. If I were to put the teammate link in, I would have to send it to an individual that I trusted.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay. Thank you, Toe for Life. That was absolutely enlightening. What it's doing is, because that link is already filled, that slot is already filled, it's shucking y'all into the sign-up program. You can sign up for it. It's a decent platform if you don't run OBS and you don't run if you're not running StreamYards and you're not running OBS, then it's as good as any other, I suppose. Although I didn't have a countdown starting up, and that caused a lot of trauma. I'm damaged now. I feel left out, alone. Waka waka. All right. Last leg.
carry barges and effectively became a ship designed to ship other ships. The Munich was built in 1972 and was a 37,000 gross registered ton ship, about 800
shipping ships
meters long, somewhere in the side range of the Lusitania. In December 1978, the ship set off on a routine voyage from Bremerhaven in Germany for Savannah, Georgia in the USA. Since the month prior, a bad storm had been raging in the North Atlantic, so the Munich's crew knew, or thought they knew, what they were heading toward. The ship was thoroughly modern, very safe, and designed to handle the North Atlantic at its worst. That kind of ship, called an LASH carrier, is renowned for its flotation ability and was, at the time, considered to be practically unsinkable.
It was about that time that they knew that they had screwed up.
Storm, but it would never be seen again.
Absolutely.
At just past midnight on December the 11th, the ship's wireless operator was chatting with a friend on another ship and reported bad weather.
All right, Dragonette. Much love, darling. Sleep well.
Despite this, all seemed well.
The ship boat face.
Things changed when
this motherfucker tried to kill people. Can't say you got to drink every time he says ship. Shh. I don't have enough rum. Just quite simply do not have enough rum.
garbled SOS calls were picked up by ships in the area. The conditions must have been playing havoc with the radio because little could be discerned except the Mayday call and the phrase, 50 degrees starboard. This chilling detail takes us back to the Queen Mary, which also rolled over to 50 degrees, but was able to right itself. Munich would not be so lucky. The ship's distress calls seemed to stop and a search was initiated, but it was hampered by the bad weather. Through the next day, chilling radio signals were detected. One amateur radio operator overheard a voice in English, but with a thick German accent. The signal was weak and garbled, but the operator heard Munich's name and call sign. Later that night, 10 more weak Mayday signals were received by a US station in Spain, again garbled but referring to 28 persons aboard. Munich had departed Germany with a crew of 28. That night, Munich's call sign, DEAT, was received by the same station and a Dutch tug. Next day, the wind speeds had dropped somewhat and a larger search could be put underway. 4 aircraft and 17 ships took part, and then they started to find things on the ocean. First, an empty life raft was recovered by the British freighter King George. Then Munich's fleet mate, the Hapag freighter...
What?
DEAT. It's love.
Data's love. It's the Volstead Act spelled backwards.
I'm aware, but it's also the call sign of that ship. First 4 letters, anyway.
Erlangen found and identified 3 of the Munich's barges. Over the next few days, 3 emergency buoys, 3 life rafts, a barrel, and 5 life vests were either sighted or recovered from the ocean, but they were all empty. On December 20, the search was formally called off, but the company Hapag and the West German government continued to search, being aided by some 80 other ships. On February 16th the next year, a passing ship spotted a
That was really weird.
Am I still here?
No, that was really weird, man.
Yeah.
We're still live. How long ago did that happen?
Just now, like 5 seconds ago.
Okay.
My screen went blank and it said that you could see me but hadn't put me in yet. I was like, that's not true. I've been here for an hour.
Okay. Right. No, that was weird. Okay, I'll tell you what I did. I
Don't press that button.
Right. Now, what I did was I went from my guest screen to see my guests to my chat screen to touch the chat stuff. I was going to put something up on screen. Why is it doing that? That is so weird. And that is so strange. I really wish it would stop. Let me see if
Everybody got that?
Okay. There we go. It had this weird like warning going off on my screen saying that I needed to move stuff around. So I moved some stuff around and it went away. I didn't change nothing.
So they're communists too? You can't leave it like that.
And another funny thing is now I have 2 of you backstage, which is odd.
Can you put one of them up front? Hello.
It's not there. There's nothing actually there.
Oh, you got 2 of me backstage.
I have 2 of you backstage, yes.
That must be because you brought me back in, and this is a remnant from when I was here before.
Right. We're still actually live, and that's still, the freaking gremlins, man.
Dude, I'm time traveling.
Yeah. You're in 2 places at once. No shit.
Investigators had very little to go on but that damaged lifeboat, with the block tackle still attached, but it told a very vivid story. Parts of the block's tackle, the pins usually hanging vertically, had been bent and twisted by some enormous force, enough to rip the lifeboat off its mountings entirely. At the time, the existence and occurrence of rogue waves was misunderstood, so the loss of the ship was put down to bad weather. But in time, the issue was revisited. All the evidence pointed to a horrifying fact, that Munich had been the victim of one or several rogue waves that night. As the ship battered its way through the storm, it likely plunged into a trough on the reverse side of a wave, just like Lusitania and Michelangelo had done. The wave would have smashed down onto the deck, torn the lifeboat off of its davits, and then ploughed into the bridge, smashing windows and possibly disabling the crew. Without steering or crew on the bridge, Munich may have drifted broadside into the storm waves and begun to list at an alarming angle. That distress call had mentioned 50 degrees to starboard. The ship floated this way, dead in the water for hours, being...
I'm an idiot. I know it. I know what you're supposed to use your guest slot for now.
What?
You use your desktop to bring up all your information, and you run your show from your desktop, and then you use your phone to stream with so that you can have your camera built in, and I would be where you are, and you could build the whole show around that slot. That would be a lot easier than trying to build it around this and a random slot someone else picked. Right. I don't know. I don't know why they don't put you up against the wall over here. Like right there. Bam.
They're just being contrarian.
I agree.
They're French. They don't care.
They don't care.
Damn you, American. I'll put you in the center. A little to the left.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I'm French. I don't
It's like,
care.
screw your logic. We're not doing logic. I don't know. I'll get me a donation thing over here so it'll fill up and I can just eat up that whole side of the screen and it won't even be an issue. Just like a little freaking thermostat or something that goes up with donations or whatever. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing over here. Fuck all y'all. Stop judging me.
As the crew inside clung on for their lives. But in the end, help could not arrive in time. Munich would have rolled, maybe even totally capsized, and flooded in short order. It was a horrifying end for the ship and her crew, and today the Munich remains undiscovered, lying somewhere down there on the sea floor, a testament to the fearsome power of Mother Nature. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your...
I don't think so, Carrie. No more than temporarily. Even when tsunamis strike things like icebergs and ice walls and stuff around the Antarctic, it doesn't alter sea currents for long. I mean, that would melt tons of fresh water into that wave. And it just, I mean, it really can't get any colder. I mean, what's it supposed to do? You know?
That was terrifyingly interesting.
Yeah, no, I really dig that channel. I think Carrie turned me on to it. No, it wasn't Carrie. It was Casual Navigation. Carrie turned me on to Casual Navigation, and I ran into that guy in chat somewhere over there.
Well, you have cured me. I am not getting on a boat anytime soon.
Right? A couple of good ship sinking tales. Right. Anyway, a couple of ship going tales and a good storyteller certainly put the fear of the ocean in you, because old Davy Jones Locker is always down there and waiting for another victim.
You can have it. I ain't doing it. I ain't getting in a plane either. I've got two perfectly good feet and two perfectly good wheels on my motorcycle. I have no desire to get in an airplane.
I can sympathize with that. I kind of want to fly one though. I mean, Well, I mean, when I went to Texas to go get my El Camino, I had a choice between taking a bus and flying, and I sat down and did the math on it and figured 3 days by bus, 45 minutes in the air. I'm more likely to be mugged in 3 days than I am crashing that plane. So yeah. I figured, and worst comes to worst, I might be able to land it.
That's the hard part, right? Taking off.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Landing, you have to basically fall and miss the ground, but just barely. That's the hard part. Yeah, no, hard pass, man. I'm not sure I'd be able to do any of that stuff. Okay, so this is an extremely long video. It runs 49 minutes total. We're not going to get to all of it tonight. I have no reason to stay up until 5 a.m. Although I am going to play like we ended the show because I like the little tune that happens, and I'm going to run and walk my dog right quick. So then we'll start this back up. Jake, if you want to dip out and go to bed or do whatever you got to do, that's perfectly cool. I appreciate you coming by. If you happen to not be here when I get back.
Are you telling me to leave?
I'm not telling you to leave. I'm telling you that I'm going to go pee and see if I can get my he's probably peed on. I'm going to go clean up where my dog peed and then walk him. Probably be about 4 or 5 minutes, maybe.
You do what you got to do, bro. I got another hour in me.
All right. So this might kick us out again. Are we still here?
I'm here.
We good? Okay. So it twitched. Oh, no, there it goes. See, that is just so weird and freakishly wrong. Did it kick you out again? No,
No,
you're still here. You're still here. That's still here. This is still here. We're still live. We're good. All right. I'm going to run the, when I do this, it's actually, I might have to hide you and then run it. Well, I guess you could sit and sing with them. Do you want to be on camera or not?
I don't care.
Okay. You're going to be on camera. This is going to be really weird. I want to see what this looks like.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, okay, that'll work.
Worse, man, it hurts. I'm on this earth with my words, and I put them all together, insert, cause I wanna have worth. Working hella hard till they put me in the dirt. Gonna go far, man, listen to my words. Gonna be a star, man, life's like a blur. When you're working this hard till you get what you deserve. Yeah, I ain't taking a backseat, I'm passing anybody else who is rapping. I'm nasty, ain't nobody able to catch me. They gasping, they cannot compare, they can't match me. I'm at half speed. I got your girl and she laughing and dancing, hanging on my butt. She asking to crash with me, smash with me. She's savage, she wants cash money, and she knows that I live lavishly. I wanna live, I'm cold inside. Give all I have just to feel alive. I fight to live, I fight to strive. One day I'll have what I want. I want the whole world in the palm of my hand. I got a plan, I'm the man. Now I'm teaching the game, a veteran, better than anybody else who tests me. I'm ready, looking at my hand and it's steady. I'm trending, ascending and blending, lyrical bending. Now I'm spreading and getting my name out now. Yeah, they hear me laugh. All the crowds repping the sound. I'm hitting the ground, running, up and coming. Ain't nothing, yeah, rookie of the year. I'ma keep it 100, cold-blooded, no budget. From nothing to something, I ain't bluffing. I got a full hand and a full plan. I ain't gonna stop till I'm at the top, man. Every single drop got me feeling awesome. I'm about to pop, started from the bottom, yeah. I wanna live, I'm cold inside. Give all I have just to feel alive. I fight to live, I fight to strive. One day I'll have what I want in life. Yeah, let's go. I ain't the first with the curse, with the thirst that I wanna be better, not worse, man, it hurts. I'm on this earth with my words, and I put them all together, insert, cause I wanna have worth. Working hella hard till they put me in the dirt. Gonna go far, man, listen to my words. Gonna be a star, man, life's like a blur. When you're working this hard till you get what you deserve. Yeah, I ain't taking a backseat, I'm passing anybody else who is rapping. I'm nasty, ain't nobody able to catch me. They gasping, they cannot compare, they can't match me. I'm at half speed, I got your girl and she laughing and dancing, hanging on my butt. She asking to crash with me, smash with me. She's savage, she wants cash money, and she knows that I live lavishly. I wanna live, I'm cold inside. Give all I have just to feel alive. I fight to live, I fight to strive. One day I'll have what I want. I want the whole world in the palm of my hand. I got a plan, I'm the man. Now I'm teaching the game of it.
All right. Random Nobody, what's up, bud? Welcome to the show. Good to see you. Yeah, no. Hey, my dog peed in the shower. I'm so proud of him. I'm absolutely amazed. How about that? I've been working on him for months, trying to get him that when he can't get out for whatever reason, if we're gone, to pee in my shower because it's a big walk-in shower and the drain's right there in the corner. And while it's not as good as taking him out when he needs to go, occasionally, you know, shit happens, life sucks. Deal with it. But yeah, no, that's pretty cool. I didn't have to clean anything up. And he was asleep, so he just went to the bottom of the steps, peed, and came back up like he knows I'm busy or something. Fruity dog. Where are you from, man? Random nobody. What you do? What kind of stuff do you eat? All right, so Koko. Why is this not working right? All of that sucks. Anyway, so Koko was an ape throughout the mid 60s, or late 60s and early 70s. She was supposedly taught to speak sign language. By the early 80s, she was supposedly fluent in sign language. And she would often okay, well, cool. I live like right next to nowhere, so it's good to know we're neighbors. So
Your neighbors with nowhere?
I'm neighbors with random nobody because he lives nowhere and I live next to nowhere. So let me do the link. I'm sorry. I know I'm terribly distracted, but all of this is all very different and still kind of the same. All right, so this is the channel. It's called The One and Only Soup Emporium. The actual channel name is The Soup Emporium. Right? Okay. 2 million views, and he goes, this is a deep dive. He goes pretty deep off into this one. So, yeah. And apparently he started working on it a while back. So there's that too. You got anything you want to tell the massive herds of 6 people that are currently watching? You didn't hear none of that shit. So let me ask you again. You got anything you want to tell the massive herds of 6 people before we start?
Yes. I have no idea what this next video is, but I'm intrigued.
It's you remember Koko, the gorilla that supposedly knew sign language? Yeah, okay. So in that case, so they supposedly trained her in the use of sign language, and she, at least as far as they were concerned, learned to use things like symbolic representation for food and toys and things she found desirable. On the other hand, the handlers had a very different opinion from the actual investigators, the ones that were doing the experiment. And the filmmakers that were involved in filming her and doing it the way that, you know, the zoo had requested it be done, had yet another opinion on exactly how much this gorilla understood.
Listen, let me lay it out for you here. Apes will only cooperate and learn things by you in cooperation with getting something to eat or something to sleep with or something to kill. That's it. They have no empathy. They have no emotional drive.
But Koko had a kitten. You remember Koko's kitten, don't you?
Yes. I imagine.
You remember what happened to the kitten? All right, so we're going to let it rock and roll for about 15 minutes straight. I know that's a bit long, but we're trying to get this over with sometime tonight.
I'll pretend to be that bitch that don't know what she's doing, that does all this stuff with Joe Biden.
Start throwing gang signs.
Ever watch those people? They have no idea what's going on. They're just making hand gestures.
I don't know, man. I used to know somebody who did the sign interpretation, and the version
too. That's not it.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. The version they're using is different from the version these people use.
I mean, you understand language, right? There are
Yeah.
words like and thee, and they
Yeah.
reoccur a lot.
Yeah, and in sign language, you skip a lot of that. You just
Yeah,
don't bother with it.
I'm just telling you, the next time you see a presidential debate or whatever, and you see that ugly woman that looks like a man up there sign language, the next time you see her, pay attention to what her hands do and count how many times she makes the same gesture. And then tell me if it matches up with what that person is saying. I've met people that use sign language and they do a whole lot more than what that person is doing.
And she, like I said, anyway, and I think it was in Chicago, there was this lady who got a job doing sign interpretation for the Chicago mayor or whatever, and worked that job for like 2 or 3 gigs until somebody noticed that she didn't know sign language at all.
That happened with Obama too. He had a guy interpreter, and he worked for Obama for like a year, and nobody caught it. That guy was completely scamming everybody.
All right, y'all. I'm fixing to take me a shot, but I'm gonna throw me out one of my favorite toasts. I do it every time I drink. It's the first toast for the first shot, and that's the way that works. So I'm gonna choose somebody in the chat. Hey, Carrie, since you just popped up there. Oh my dear monkeys! Since you just popped up there. Nope. You don't deserve it, Carrie. You got beat out by random nobody. Random nobody. Here's to you and here's to me, and may we never disagree. But if we do, to hell with you. Here's to me.
How much can I get paid for making fake sign language signs? I don't know. Ask that dude that worked for Obama.
The one for Obama was making $73,000 a year or something. The one that was working for Lori Lightfoot, I think it was Lori Lightfoot. It might have been the New York mayor, but I think I'm almost positive it was the chick interpreting for Lori Lightfoot. She was making something like $60,000 a year at that job, and had other jobs that she was also doing.
I can do that shit too. Look,
dude, I played football for a little while. We got some hand signals, yo.
Yeah,
a little bit of baseball, man. I can give you a fastball and everything. $70,000 a year. Shit, I'll learn it for that. I will be polished up on the ability to use sign language in a week, tops.
If they were actually using sign language, though, because I really don't think they are. I think they got like a phrase that they repeat constantly. Because I've seen them do things like that.
Susie, honey, I swear to God, if you can find me a country musician that has copyright-free content that he's willing to allow me to use for an intro theme song, I will be all over everything that man has ever produced, just like I was with Netflix. I skipped Tom McDonald because I used one clip from Tom McDonald. It was copyright claimed for a week, and then it dropped off. So I don't know that he's doing this is part of his plan, but it's certainly part of his label's plan, or whoever's handling the copyright system there. He claims it for 3 or 4 days, which is when you get all your views. He gets paid for those 3 or 4 days, and then he gives it back to you. You don't have a copyright claim on your channel, but he also derives all of the value from those views, right? I don't have a problem with any of that. That's fine, right? The issue I have with it is saying that he won't seek copyright, but doing so on channels like mine that aren't monetized, but are trying to use independent labels and promote them. Kind of the same argument you have with music in the first place being copyrighted. You know, I don't make music. I respect people who make music immensely because it's like magic as far as I'm concerned. Whereas people like Tom McDonald seem to throw that shit out left, right, and center like it's freaking glitter at a rave.
Yeah.
And that's magical to me, you know? And so when he says, hey, I'm not going to copyright claim my stuff because I'm an independent label, you can use it to do your content, and then some mechanism, entity, or whatever comes out of the blue and content claims 73% of your viewage, because you only pick up a few after 3 days, very few.
Not for nothing, but I happen to know a guy who is in the recording business, and is a songwriter, pretty good one from what I hear, and would be more than willing to write a song for you and record it for your podcast should you ask him to do it. He's pretty good at it too, from what I understand.
The thing is I really dig having a different tune for each little show thing that I'm doing, and having, I know it's all rappy as hell. And like I said, I use it for the very reason that I stated. You're doing your shit. You got your thing going. You got your shows. You got what, 4 shows a week? And then you have an actual live show twice a week or what the hell ever. And then you got a full-time fucking job. When the fuck are you supposed to be able to damn lay down tracks on a damn,
I'll do it if you want it.
that Sasquatch Next Door song that I haven't written and we haven't talked about?
I'll do it if you want it. Let's put it that way.
If I'm going to do something like that, and you're going to hate me till the day I die for saying this, I either want something resembling a night court theme or something resembling Teddy Bear's Picnic, or one of these. Something real creepsy, right?
I got you. I know what you're saying.
I do need a random country song. It wouldn't hurt. I found a few Sasquatch tunes, but any good ones are already copyright claimed out the wazoo, like blocked in some cases. There's this one Yeti tune that is absolutely awesome, and they will let me play it, but then as soon as the stream is over, it gets blocked. I can play all the way through it. It doesn't. I can even have stream after I play it. They don't shut down the stream, but as soon as the stream is over and it catches that particular bit of content, it blocks it. Right? Yeah, no, I love Teddy Bear Picnic. I've been begging this man to learn Teddy Bear Picnic for 2 years on YouTube and 15 years in person.
I'll do it.
And he says it every time I'll do it. And the very next week, he just stares at the camera and goes, "No, Sasquatch, not Teddy Bear's Picnic." It's like, what song do y'all want me to play? Shut up, Sasquatch. Just shut up. Stop it. But I mean, after like 2 years straight of every freaking week, the same request, you got to give me a C for consistency. All right. Giggity. Oh yeah, no. Conspiracy music is supposed to be coming on. I think he said week after next. We chatted for a few minutes. Make that a poll. What poll? Which poll? What did I ask? I'm sorry. What a poll. What? Teddy Bear's Picnic or whatever. Okay, we're gonna let this play for about 15 minutes. Y'all can come go jerk off in the corner if you like, preferably not on there. Oh, whoopee. Oh, wait, let me do this for all right, so if Kat is still around and listening, it's just for you, babe. Oh, Kat, what are you doing, big bro? There's something wrong with me. Okay, so I got to ask you a question, Jake, before we jump this off.
Yes, sir.
I was thinking about doing a version of Hurt, but I can't decide if I want to do it as Mr. Snuffleupagus or Eeyore. What do you think? I mean, it's either I hurt myself today or it's I hurt myself today. Which one?
Eeyore.
Eeyore? I can't get the right rumble down. I can work it out. I can get there. But Snuffleupagus, I can just kind of throw out there. In fact, I've already done a version of it twice. Right?
Me too.
One of the problems is the Snuffy. What isn't wrong with you? As long as you don't leave any stains. Oh my God, my chat is absurd. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I've made it this far without a claim. I'm almost positive I've cleared this far. Here's the
hurt myself. No, just kidding.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Here's the problem: if it gets copyright claimed, I can't use it for remixes or shorts, and so the entire 4 or 5 hour ordeal is just gone.
I wouldn't do you that way.
I know, man. I don't even. I can get it cut out real easy, but I got a mountain of content back there that's copyright claimed that I haven't executed and I haven't clipped it. I probably got 30 hours or so, maybe more.
Me
We
too.
should do a fucking 20. We should we should set up a second channel that we share, like, and just literally go back and react to all our own like you react to my shit, I react to your shit, and be like, look, this story. Oh, it's just an idea. Yeah, just a little Abby normal. That's all. I'm not ambidextrous, but I can box left-handed. I don't. That does. It's because my nerve damage starts here, right there. As a matter of fact, you see that scar? I've got nerve damage from there down. So when I'm trying to use a guitar, it's kind of like beating it with a stake. just flap. As long as I stare at my fingers, I can go through and I can play and I can strum. My right hand's fine, no problem. The second my eyes go out of focus on those fingers, I make mistakes. That's exactly how quick it is, and it's because I can't feel it. I have to see it, which means I can't look at notes on a page. I have to completely play by ear, and all that's useless. So I just gave up. It's the same thing with the piano. I learned to play the piano from my aunt when I was very, very young. And I was really good for a few weeks. And then she's like, why aren't you getting better? Because my left hand was always slow. Oh, no, it didn't heal wrong. I was born with a bone spur in my left arm that stuck out at a 90-degree angle. And when I had it removed, it was as long as the Marlboro Red 100 and sharp as a razor on the tip. When they took it off, I received a letter from the Smithsonian asking permission to keep it on file because it is the only extant case of this particular type of congenital deformity. The other case that is known was found on an individual named, I believe, Joseph from Marinus Island, wherever they used to blow up bombs over there. It's near Bikini Atoll and all that. And they moved people from that island to another place to live, where they weren't dropping bombs, atom bombs. And in the process, they gave everybody a medical workover, and they found this guy with the same condition that I have. And I don't know anything else about the man except that he died in 1976. And they were unable to get the sample they wanted from him. And so I somewhere in the Smithsonian, in theory, my ass is posted up on a freaking shelf over there one day to become a super soldier in the future. But yeah. No, it's not that unusual. There's a lot of stuff that we don't know about. Hey, dude, can you do this? Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. I'm sorry, I got boring.
We'll check it. I found out that Michael Hobbs and Sarah Marshall already did a Koko episode on their excellent podcast You're Wrong About. And well, without spoiling anything, they talk about the same stuff that I wanted to. So if this video sounds similar to their podcast, it's because it is. We're all drawing from the same well. But I've been collecting notes on things for too long to shelf this project now. Koko the gorilla couldn't talk. Wait, what? What do you mean Koko couldn't talk?
It's back. That's cool. Am I still streaming? Are you still here, Jake?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Everything went black there for a second, like it went to sleep. And I'll
Sasquatch is having flashbacks, folks.
Yeah. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Incidentally, that guy was correct. The monkey could not talk.
Okay, so there were 4 or 5 different documentaries made about this particular ape that was capable of communicating. And in fact, a Hollywood major production was completely penned by Michael Crichton. What was the name of that movie? Congo. Based around the concept of a sign language understanding ape that was released into the wild in theory to teach the wild apes language, right?
Yeah, and Jane Goodall did a documentary, said that apes were evolving because she found one that could learn to use a spear to spear fish. So she followed monkeys around until one picked up a stick and leaned
Right.
over a
Monkeys
tree. It
or
was an orangutan.
apes? Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I know of the fishing orangutan, and yes, he is an
It's a-
individual.
That is a monkey leaning off of a tree.
That is not a
holding
monkey.
a stick. That is not a spear fishing
It is a
monkey.
pongid. It is not a monkey. It is a pongid. It has no
Whatever.
tail. Pongid.
I don't care. It can't
Pongid.
spear fish.
Pongid! It's a pongid! I love orangutans. You'll respect the pongids. No, it's fine. They just kind of resemble me. So
Whatever. If somebody can't spear fish, that's all I'm saying.
yeah, no.
He's not evolving. He's not learning to use tools. Give him a
Actually,
hammer and see how far he gets.
he will smash everything nearby because just like humans, every problem is a nail when you have a hammer.
That's right.
Same thing you do or me. We just break everything nearby and move on. Oh, Lord. They are capable of learning. You can teach a chimp to drive a nail.
Yeah,
You
give that bitch a
cannot.
tackle box.
Sir?
I said, give that bitch a tackle box.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. You can teach a chimp to drive a nail. You cannot teach him to build a house.
Right. Or desire to.
You can teach a chimp to drive a nail. You can't even convince a chimp to do it straight. He will drive the nail.
Build a house, and he would sit in the rain looking at the house.
Hey, man, I might do that. I've done it before. I'm not going to lie. After I got done building one of those lodges off grid, I'd sit out there in the rain just staring at that thing, smoking a cigarette going, I built that.
Yep.
I should be inside it not being wet, but
Did you hear about the what's that school in California?
Berkeley.
Berkeley. The Berkeley people that decided they were going to raise a chimpanzee as a human being.
Oh, yeah.
They
No, we'll
raised it
cover
with
that
their
next week.
child until it was about 5 years old, and then it ate the mom.
Rip their face off and
Yeah.
like fucking fucked up their whole fucking
Yeah, it was
lives.
terrible.
Yeah.
They quietly stopped that experiment.
Absolutely. Yeah, they just went away. It was also, do you remember the weird like twisted experiment where they raised a chimpanzee and a baby under exactly the same circumstances?
That's what I'm talking about.
Everyone talks about the chimpanzee and how he went crazy and caused nuts and stuff, but no one ever bothers to look and see what happens to the baby.
Yeah. Kind of wonder about that myself.
Oh, but I went and checked it out, but I'm not going to say nothing right now. I got one video already saved for like a few weeks from now.
That one I'll watch.
Because here's the thing, you can look at that experiment from several different perspectives that aren't completely batshit crazy.
Yeah.
But most of the logical people just say that's nuts because that child had issues from that day forward. Not even speaking on the chimp. The chimp had his own problems. It wasn't a good experiment. It was flawed from the very beginning. Believe there's a crazy experiment where they had a dolphin inside a water-filled house trying to teach it to communicate, and the lady that was there had to relieve the dolphin on a regular basis. Full release. Yes, sir. No, you're not wrong. In fact, in an attempt to breed dolphins in captivity, there are an entire group of female volunteers who relieve dolphins into sample collection, right? And they take them around to the different places around the world that have this same breed of dolphin. But here's the thing about that. Two dolphins can look exactly the same, completely indistinguishable from one another, and be from opposite sides of the ocean. Totally different family lineages and completely different languages of echolocation. That's another show we need to do.
Yeah. Dolphins are very smart.
Dolphins are absurdly intelligent. Porpoise are almost.
They might could build a house.
It wouldn't. Yeah, no. Even yes, they might. You might could train a dolphin to build a house, maybe, and understand why they needed it, or rather, why you needed it.
Right.
Because
They're
a dolphin,
very intuitive.
A dolphin will bring a stranded swimmer a flotation device because it recognizes that you don't swim too swift.
Right.
That's
they say that dolphins may actually be as intelligent as we are, like a 5-year-old,
but differently.
Yeah.
Okay, sure,
they
but
live in a 3D world, so they have no need for the things and the trappings that we have.
Two dimensions don't exist to them.
Right.
In theory, when they see a TV picture, they see a jumble of light and sound that makes no sense because they can't see it. They see it as a box. They don't care about color and stuff, and so a TV picture has no meaning to them. It's just a box from
it just doesn't register.
Right. It's just light and shadow. We should be doing that show. I'd feel much better if we were doing that show. No, we're not doing that. We're going to stick to the fucking program. Jake.
Koko.
Jake.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do?
Stick to Koko.
Well, a bunch of hookers and some cocaine.
Okay, so I talk to my cat. I'll give her love and affections, and I'll narrate tasks to her, and I'll scold her when she leaves a plate of chicken that I cooked her, even though it's crispy on the outside, not in the middle, which is exactly how she likes it. But why do I talk to my cat? More broadly, why do we talk to animals? Even more broadly, why do we give human traits to animals? Eagles look like this, and we'll say that bird looks angry.
Fucking fish recognize themselves in mirrors under most cases.
Angry. And what about objects?
I don't like the look of you.
You can trust me, Bob.
Yeah, but what about your friend? He looks really scary. I'm gonna cut you. Ah!
It doesn't feel weird to anthropomorphize inanimate objects. Why? And why is that such a common thing to do? Why is talking to animals or objects a thing humans do independently of one another across space and time and culture? Is it a deep need to be social? If my cat can't understand me, then my home's been opened up to an animal that I don't know, that doesn't pay rent, pisses up the side of the fridge because she can.
No, would murder you if it wanted to.
Hey, bud, send me an email with that name in it, and I'll go give it a look around.
That the communication between humans and animals is one way. And if you've ever owned a pet, you know that's not true. It's hard to say that dogs understand their owners, but MRI scans of dog brains have revealed that they can register words, they can process meaningful ones, and they can distinguish between tone and body language. And with enough repetition, dogs can learn to correlate certain words with certain actions. Call your dog for walkies often enough, eventually the dog will associate the word with the activity.
Walkies?
German studies on a border collie called Rico found Rico could
My wife has taught my mastiff to say, I want to go out. And you can say I'm full of shit if you want to, but here's the thing. He's afraid of cameras. He's afraid of anything you have in your hand. So if you pick up a stick, if you pick up a bone, if you pick up a phone, anything, he flinches away from it and stops doing what she's asking him to do. But he doesn't talk. He simply makes random noises when she says, what do you want? And he goes, in every possible imaginable combination until she finally takes him out. You had a dog that talked too much. What's that fucker's name?
Ralph.
No, the other one. Not the one that one died before I knew you, before you moved down here. That was
you talking about the dog I had when I was in Georgia? That was Takamine.
bitch, Takamine, yeah. Talked all the like anytime this motherfucker left, that bitch sat at the fucking door. But here's the thing: most dogs sit at the door and face the door where you're gonna come back and bitch at it. This dog turned and looked at me with her back to the door and bitched at me.
Good dog. She was a special dog, that dog.
That's one way to put it. Because all right, so your ass went off to go do some kind of freaking something or another. You were gone for a few hours, and I was gonna cook me a pork chop, right? So I take this pork chop and I stick it on the fucking stove with it's frozen solid. I stick it on the freaking stove with like a little bit of warm water to slowly thaw it out, and I went use the bathroom and come back. I didn't notice anything immediately, but a few minutes later, it occurred to me, that dog's been awful quiet. Hadn't said a word since I went to the bathroom. I went and looked. The saucer on top of the little pot was shifted off just a hair. That freaking dog had taken the saucer off the top of that boiler, set it down, ate the pork chop, and then put the saucer back.
Sounds
Now,
like that.
did she take it apart to do that, and then put it back so I wouldn't notice? Or did she just get her tongue past it far enough to get a hold of that pork chop? I
This
don't know.
dog was not allowed on the furniture. But every night, I would go to bed with her on the floor, and I would wake up with her by my side. And I have no idea how she got on that bed without me knowing it.
Right. Real slow would be my guess.
Very slowly.
slow.
That's right.
Really slowly. Yeah, no, I'm keeping you stupid late. You got to work tomorrow?
Yes. And I have
All
a
right.
show tomorrow night.
Anytime you get bouncy and want to go, freaking just say something. I'll pause the damn thing. We'll let you do your little play out, and we'll see if
All
I
right,
can get
buddy.
somebody else in or whatever. I don't
Play the
know.
video. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah, okay.
Fetch
Okay.
objects he wasn't familiar with when instructed about 70% of the time using a kind of inductive reasoning. And a follow-up study on a border collie called Chaser found she could do the same thing, show awareness that certain words map to certain.
Did he say inductive reasoning?
Yes.
Okay. Not sure that's the thing.
That's
I'm
not.
going to check.
Objects, and she could learn what those object word maps were. And it's not just dogs that possess these sorts of abilities. In a raccoon study, raccoons learned that they could use rocks to raise the water level in a tube to get a treat, and one raccoon just knocked the tube over.
That was the smart raccoon. More than one way to skin a cat.
Cows can recognize individual faces. They might even have friends and enemies. Crows too can recognize faces, and they can also spot patterns in traffic, make tools, and they even show some evidence of collective learning. It turns out animals might have far more complex inner worlds than we ever would have guessed. But there's never going to be a cat-based civilization. I don't know, maybe because they sleep 20 hours a day.
Okay. So here's
Tell
what
that to the
inductive
Egyptians.
reasoning is. Do what?
I said, tell that to the Egyptians.
Right. No, that was totally a cat-based civilization. You're not wrong. So here's what inductive reasoning is. Inductive reasoning is the ability of an individual to believe multiple things are true without necessarily having the evidence that they are true, but from past experience of
That's a
things
little play on
like
words.
that being true. So poking a bug with a stick sticks the bug on the end of the stick and gets it out of the hole. Okay, so the idea of poking a fish with a stick and getting it out of the water is an inductive process. It's not deductive, it's inductive. Okay. That struck me as a little odd. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, he's playing with words there, but it makes sense.
Right. No, random nobody goes and gets it for me. I wish I could. I'm going to try, and it may kick me out. It's probably going to do it. Let's see. No, I seem to still be live. All right, cool. All right. No, oh my God, I'm all the way back at the beginning of the screen again. How much chatting has been going on during this stream?
A
A lot.
little.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. I thought I was there. Shut up. Y'all talk too much. Oh my God. I just got to when Captain Curmudgeon showed up. That was like 2 hours ago. And there's no thing to click it and just put it at the bottom. I mean, I was at the very first T for testing I put up. Jesus, monkeys. Why? Oh. Okay, you don't have to shut up. This is the one I wanted to show right here. It says inductive reasoning is a logical process in which multiple premises, all believed to be true or found true most of the time, are combined to obtain a specific conclusion. Inductive reasoning. So, like I said, you can poke a stick in a bug, pull it out of the hole. You might be able to get a fish the same way if you try. Something like that. Did it hide? No, it's still there.
That's also
Okay,
the
so
definition of insanity.
no. Well, a lot of people want to say a quote that is attributed to Albert Einstein, but Albert Einstein is not actually the source of this quote.
Correct.
But the quote itself is, insanity is repeating the same process repeatedly and expecting a different outcome.
Which is not insanity, but that's what I meant by that statement.
Right. Yeah. And my point is it wasn't Albert Einstein. Oh my God. And they require me to scroll down manually when new things pop up. Oh, that is horrible. That is horrible. That's really bad.
Or maybe because animal intelligence seems to have developed for the specific ecological niche it's needed. Cows and sheep put points into charisma because they're herd animals. Their focus is on social intelligence and remembering faces, whereas squirrels put points into perception, like remembering where they bury food. Neither of those things on its own could produce anything like culture or organized society. There has to be something unique about humans.
Empathy.
So what is it? In some religions, what defines humans as unique is being made in the image of God, and that's how humans have defined themselves as
not
special.
God.
Evolution puts a spanner in that idea, because evolution says that, well, we're not special in any cosmic sense, we're just one branch in a sprawling tree of life. So we've redefined ourselves by something else, intelligence. From an evolutionary perspective, we invested heavily in intelligence, and
that was pretty good. I mean, I kind of saw it coming, but it's still pretty good. Let's see how this looks down here. No, that's no good. I don't like that. I don't like it. I kind of like the screen. I kind of like the balance on it, but it's still really weird to me. Although, admittedly, this will be much better for shorts in the long run. Yeah.
Humans are spatial. Spatial, all right. Yeah, they're spatial. Those humans.
Invested very broadly. Social, spatial, abstract, lateral, existential dread, which, it turns out, isn't uniquely human. And if other traits of intelligence aren't uniquely human, that could include what feels like the most human of intelligences, language.
We also lick windowsills, but that might be just me.
In linguistics regarding how we develop language. Behaviorists and the Noam Chomsky school. The behavior school goes a bit like this. Remember our dog example from earlier? When you say walkies, the dog learns to associate the word walkies with the activity, and it's reinforced over time that when the word walkies is said, it means they'll go for a...
Okay, but is it the association of the word walkies or merely the sound walkies? If you were to set up a recording of the word walkies that played when you weren't around, would it break your ability to trigger that? I don't think so. I think he would associate you being here and saying that being the result, and everything else would simply be ignored.
That would be the intent behind it.
I just, hypothetically. I don't know, the sound, not the word, but I don't know, wouldn't playing it with the person not around to actually do the walk disarm the sound, sort of? Or would it be the presence of the person making the sound that would become the trigger and not
That's
just
what I'm saying. The intent behind it, your presence, your being there, doing it, being part of the thing. That's the dog recognizes all that.
I'll buy that. That makes a little bit of sense. All right. We'll go with that. There we go. That's a little better. I like that. All right. All right.
For a walk. Language works the same way. Children are like a chimp at a typewriter, tapping out nonsense, and eventually they'll hit a word. It might
Not
be
true.
mama, it might be dada, but it will be a word, and their parents will reward them with some sort of social affection. The child will learn, like the dog, that they will be rewarded for saying words, and thousands upon thousands of tiny reinforcements later, we develop words, grammar,
That's not true.
language.
My niece has a Japanese father, and she grew up with her Japanese grandmother babysitting her. Now, she spent maybe 2 or 3 hours a day with her. The rest of the time she spent with my sister, who was American as I am, and she raised her daughter. That girl, who has never been to Japan, who has never seen another Japanese person other than her grandmother, has a Japanese accent and can speak Japanese from birth.
Yeah.
This is not reinforced behavior. This is internally, it's in your DNA,
Right.
who you are.
But she did spend very early time in her development with a Japanese mother that spoke Japanese.
No, she spoke American. She was born here.
Okay, but she could she speak Japanese?
I don't know. But
Okay,
that's
so
irrelevant to the point that this girl is developing.
not entirely
She could not,
relevant.
well, she could not grasp English. She had trouble with it her whole life. To this day, she speaks with a lisp because of that accent. You ever heard a Japanese person speak English, how they can't quite form the vowels right?
And it's the consonants that are a real problem.
You know what I'm
The
saying.
l's are r's, and the
Yeah.
r's are chuz, and the chuz are cuz, and the
Yeah.
cuz are muz.
She has this problem, and she's as American as I am. But she has Japanese heritage, and it's very strong.
All right, bud. We got like another 50 minutes of this.
Do it.
There's nothing intrinsically special about humans. Language acquisition, according to the behaviorists, is just the result of one giant society-sized Skinner box. Chomsky disagreed. He argued that there were elements of language consistent across cultures, even with languages that developed roots entirely independent of each other. There are billions of words with near infinite combinations, and there are all these rules and idiosyncrasies within language. It can't develop via behavioral reinforcement. There's just too much stuff. If children
just contradicted yourself.
The typewriter, they'd be bashing forever.
You're right. Oh, you're right. You can't develop outside of a vacuum, but can't develop inside a vacuum either.
Right.
Isn't that what he just said?
Intrinsic.
All right. So I disagree on the genetic intrinsicness of language. I think the capability of learning certain sounds might be genetic. The shape of the mouth, the way the tongue's attached, that type of stuff. The musculature of the lips being slightly variable.
Do you believe that you could ever learn to speak Spanish?
I can sort of. I can read Spanish. I can sort of speak Spanish. I understand a lot more than I speak.
So you believe you could eventually learn to speak it if you move?
You submerge me in a Spanish environment, and I will be speaking Spanish in 2 weeks tops.
Do you think you could ever learn to speak Spanish where a Spanish-born person wouldn't recognize your accent immediately?
Perhaps with many years of training.
Right, but that's not what children do.
That's true. Children
They pick up language by leaps and bounds. They know words they didn't even learn. I know words that I've never learned. You see what I'm saying?
Not really.
You can pick up your language very quickly as a child. But if you were to be taken out as a child and put in Mexico, you would not be able to communicate very well. It would not just come to you.
At child at what age?
Early, when language is developing.
Say 9 months. Say 10 months.
Yeah,
Year.
something like that.
1 year old. 1 year old. 1 year old, a child is put into an entirely Hispanic environment, learning Spanish from whatever local region it happens to be in. That child will develop a flawless accent. It will speak exactly the way the locals do, unless there's a physical reason not to.
Well, there's actually evidence to the contrary of that, but I understand
But that evidence is analogous to physical changes in the facial features and tongue area of the mouth.
That's correct.
Caucasians are different from
different. That's right.
Caucasians are different from Mongoloids, and Mongoloids are different. So they do have a stronger S sound. They do have a longer P sound. They do,
Just like
these things
somebody
happen.
from Cambodia comes over here and they go dong 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 dong, and no matter how well they learn English, they cannot get rid of that thing that their tongue does.
All right, Carrie, I appreciate it. I got it. That name's I've read that name before. I don't remember where. I'll go look it up. I'll figure it out. It brings, I don't know why, but I got thoughts of CAD missions in Beirut when I read the name.
Well, the first time I saw it, I thought it said Sikorsky, and that's the guy that invented the helicopter.
The helicopter. Yeah, the big engine for the helicopter, right? That's what I thought at first, but no, there's no K in that.
Nope. Yes, there is.
Well, I mean, not where it's supposed to be. Fuck you.
Something about the human brain predisposed to language. Language is unmistakably human. If Chomsky was correct, then no non-human could ever acquire anything like language. At best, they could learn a handful of words and associations. If Skinner was correct, language could be taught to non-human species. All it would take for an animal to acquire language would be the correct procedure. Now we have
a clue. Skinner's wrong.
Now here's the issue, because you have to define what you account as language. And that's something that none of these experiments do well. They do it, but they do it in weird shades of gray.
Yep.
So like there's one who associates the sound of a word with the object associated with it. There's another that associates the sound of a word and the sound of certain adjectives and predicates around the word with not only the object, but what you do with it.
Right. But language is more than that. I'll give you an example. If I were to say to you, hey man, dang on, get over here and let's go to the store and get ourselves something to eat, you know what I mean? You know exactly what I said, don't you?
I do, because I speak Benar.
That's my point.
Go down there,
not ever addressed in any of these experiments, because language is more than just the sound made. You have to know the person you're speaking to also.
To an extent, you have to at least know their culture and their source.
Right.
So you can speak intelligently with a UK bred, UK born, UK raised Englishman.
Right.
Whereas you might, right. I was just going to say you might have problems with the Welsh. Yeah. I mean, different group, but same problem.
Well, it boils down to this. There are 7 languages, and all other languages are built off of those 7 languages. They're base root languages like Latin, and there's quite a few languages built off of Latin. Our language is built off of a mixture of German, Spanish, French, and Slavic.
Well, do you mean American or English?
I'm talking at that moment. I meant American, but I mean there are 7
American
actual languages.
American English is built off of every language on earth. We even utilize the Tutsi use of beautiful. I didn't do it right. That's it.
Doesn't matter. Point is,
it's the Tutsi sound for beautiful. We adopted a whistle in a click language to English. And if I whistle at you like a cat call, you know exactly what it means, and so do the Tutsi.
Right. And also, there are words that are multilingual. They go in any language, like the word no. That sounds very simple, but in no matter what language you speak, if you say no, the recipient understands.
No is one of the reasons why I projected my sea people theory, because there has to be a source for every language on earth for no to be a negative. I just don't believe that was independently developed across the world. I believe that there was a group that utilized a negative.
Yes.
And that sourced all other languages, even, all the way down to the 7 you're speaking of, those languages.
I'm going to throw a wrench into your works now, and I'm going to give you a word that is also translatable across all languages, and it does not have an origin that you would expect. And that's the word fuck. Not only is that word recognizable across all languages, but it can mean anything. It has all properties of all words.
Certainly, to hear the Boondock Saints tell it, it certainly has a diversity. Absolutely.
The origin of the word is from rocking a cart back and forth in Sweden, and they call that action ficken, and that's where the word comes from.
Which is why I say feckin', because I picked up, first of all, feck is not a curse word.
Right.
And to feck something, or fick, as you say it, to fix something is to shake it, wiggle it. It's basically tilt in English. Like you would injure a pinball game and it pops up the tilt, and it's like that. You just screw it up, you mess it up. It's because you jiggled it. You jogged my elbow, you fecked it up.
So
that's
why
where
is that word recognizable across all languages?
Same reason that no is. It's a negative. It's a powerful negative and carried through from the source material, the original source material. Tilting? No, not tilting, but tilt from well, actually, no, come to think of it, that actually ties too, doesn't it? Tilting and jousting could actually be a reference towards the injuring of the pinball machine in action, which forfeits your quarter.
Interesting, this conversation.
It's actually better than the video, but okay.
Well, the video is the source of it, so it's necessary.
Yeah. And this guy's really good. I've actually covered like 2 or 3 of his videos about different subjects, and I'm running into that problem. I keep trying to find different creators, but like when a person covers it extremely well, it's hard not to go back to the source, man.
It really is. And also, I know where this guy's going because I've done similar research to what he's talking about, and he's absolutely right. And this guy knows what he's talking about.
Yes, he is.
Except for that part where he just contradicted himself.
Well, I think that was a linguistic issue. I'm not sure English is his first language.
It might not be.
My thing is this. You can teach a chimp to open nuts. You can teach him to use a hammer to do it. But you can't teach him to make a hammer to open nuts.
Right.
You can teach him to use a rock to open nuts, but he will use every rock until he finds one that will.
I watched this documentary one time. I don't mean to keep going off tangents, but this is hilarious. There was this guy, like a Jane Goodall type, but it was a dude, one of those British speakers that does the commentary. And he happened to have this footage of this forest, and this chimpanzee would walk up and pick up a rock and throw it and hit a tree with it and then run off. And then a few minutes later, another chimpanzee would come by and pick up the rock and throw it and hit the tree and run off. And they kept doing this. And the guy's like, they're practicing some kind of medieval religion that they're forming. And he was talking all this shit about how they were forming a religion. And I'm like, has it ever occurred to you that they think it's funny because it makes a sound when the rock hits the tree?
Wait a second. Hold on. You just crossed the line with me, bud. I firmly believe that which makes us human is humor. language and all that other shit. That's a byproduct of this one feature, an involuntary response. And to say it the way,
can't laugh.
I'm not saying they can't, but it's different. Look at what they laugh
but
at.
They do have humor.
They do an involuntary response of what's it called? Ejection.
Yeah,
exclamation.
The dog panting.
Sort of. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're not.
They're smiling.
So what I'm getting at is this. When we laugh, it is an envisioning of ourselves in a negative circumstance, and we're not there. And we are pleased by the fact that we didn't have that negative thing happen. And so we smile. Mm-hmm. And if it's a really bad thing, we are very pleased. And so we chuckle. And if it's a detrimental thing, and there's a weird cross like short circuit that happens here with cringe, where cringe comes into it, where it's not us and it's not a physical threat. Right. It's not a physical threat. It's just an emotional or a social damage. But for the grace of God, go I. And that is what makes there has to be a but to the joke, or it is not funny. All right, brother. I appreciate it.
Take it easy, Dave's love.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised Jake's still here. I expected him to check out a couple hours ago. I was
dude, I'll leave. Damn.
I'm not telling you to leave. You can stick around as long as you want. I'm just saying. I was not expecting you to stick it out this long. I'm gonna do this whole video. I was planning on like ending it between, but fuck it. I'm a little drunk. I'm gonna eat Waffle House later.
Yeah.
I got another 2 days before Wife Squatch comes back, and I'm just going to go hit on random Waffle House waitresses. It never really amounts to anything except for artificial fake numbers.
Later, Susie. Take care, sweetheart.
Bye, Susie. She's cool beans. Okay.
Yeah, I like her. She started coming to the show.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I know I hadn't been over there a whole bunch recent. I've been working on these things, like.
Yeah, I understand.
There's time involved.
What it takes to run a channel.
And
grab a cigarette. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Tried to teach animals we considered near human intelligence to speak, like dolphins and chimps, but it didn't work. One chimp, Vicky, was taught how to say a handful of words in the late 1940s.
Now who am I? Papa? Papa? Can you say what this is?
But Vicky's grasp of spoken language was well below what we see in children. What we learned through these experiments is that humans have very specific vocal structures that allow us to say and make certain noises that can...
And we don't know for a fact, actually, we don't know for a fact about any of this. However, there has been no evidence of a higher developed hyoid bone in Neanderthal, implying that if they had language, their language was comprised of clicks, chirps, and squeaks, not of words. You could argue that because they used them in the way of words, that they were words, but it's not words that you could reproduce on average. Like some people could. You have some bird whistlers and whatnot that can do that kind of stuff. But you get what I'm saying, right?
I get what you're saying, but I think they could speak Hebrew just fine.
Well, Hebrew is a weird one. Hebrew is very open consonant heavy. There's not a lot of cuz and chuz and tuz in it. It's a lot of ha's and fa and cha. It's a funny one. So that might actually be possible by less than developed hyoid bones. My point is, Neanderthals almost definitely couldn't say the word New York because of the shape of their larynx. It would have come out as a whistle and squeak. Whereas, and this is a weird thing to me, this is one of those things that just leaves me wondering what the hell is going on. The Homo habilis had a virtually identical hyoid bone to us, implying that they could have, at least as far as the larynx is concerned, have made word structure. But the jaw framing precludes the ideas of P's, T's, and Clus was possible, but la would have been lost, like on a dog. They can move their tongue that way, but they can't really enunciate with the la sound. Wow. You also find that same trait in children that are born tongue-tied, with the little dangly down thing in the bottom of your tongue actually attached all the way to the end. Yeah, that thing. They end up talking like this a lot, and you call them an incel because they never had their tongue snipped loose. I learned that from speaking to a guy who was tongue-tied.
Yeah. My son was born that way.
Right. And usually it's noticed almost immediately and they go ahead and snip it and deal with it. But very rarely you'll have people who go through their entire life with no idea that they're not supposed to talk like this.
Yeah. Well, you know about how I feel about Neanderthals and all that, so, but I don't.
Actually, dude, I want to bring that up. That's a good one. I've got a show that I've collected a couple of videos for that it involves the whole question. All right, so this is from an entire like religious perspective. The land of Nod, the question of like the Tower of Babel, the shattering, like the flood, all that. It's I guess you could kind of say it's sort of a deep dive into the points of the Old Testament, but not the New Testament, right? So it's like a bunch of those early things that are all stacked together. And I've got a couple of
interested to hear it because there's two different things happening. There's people that teach it right, and there's people that don't.
Well, these certainly don't. The thing is that I'm looking for different perspectives of the same concept or the same event. And so these people come from like vastly different genres of thought. And,
okay. I'd love to hear it.
A couple of them, well, one in particular is religious, but it's from I guess you'd call it more Mohammedan or Islam perspective. They don't exactly have an Old Testament, but they have a group of writings that they consider similar. Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's just I found some really interesting stuff. I think you'd find it interesting.
Yeah, let me know when you're going to do that. I'd love to be part of it.
February or give or take. I haven't written it down, but I do kind of have it locked.
Just let me know and don't do it on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Sunday.
Yeah, no, I'll try really hard. I mean, things happen. If somebody makes a request, it might pop up early. That's the only thing.
That's kind of my thing, that subject. So I would love to be part of it.
Agreed. All right, let's let it roll. No, I don't want to move it. I want to play it.
The basis of language. We can guess how long sentences will be and modulate our breathing accordingly, and we'll do it automatically. Physiologically, apes and dolphins couldn't learn spoken word, and into this void stepped sign language. You can't teach a dolphin to sign, not with those flippers. Conversing with dolphins is still a way off. But apes
What's he saying?
have dexterous hands, and they will use them to make gestures in the wild. Researchers into interspecies communication thought they'd probably have more.
What's that flipper? I didn't get that.
Kind of like a possibility that humans were forcibly evolved in order to mine rare materials. Hey, brother, me and you need to have a conversation backstage because I have a prison planet theory that is absolutely stellar.
Success teaching chimps to communicate on human terms if they use sign language. In 1966, a couple at the University of Reno started to teach a chimp called Ewasko sign language instead of spoken word, and it paid off. They managed to teach her a vocabulary of about 132 signs, and one day, Ewasko does something very interesting. The story goes that when Ewasko was out with her trainer, she saw a swan and signed.
before we go down this road, I want to be perfectly clear. Individuals are different from groups. And while you can teach one thing to do a thing, you cannot necessarily teach the species that thing.
No, and there's no indication that that thing will go teach something else the same thing.
I had a dog. His name was Cole, and I taught him to go to the refrigerator, open it, get me a Dr. Pepper, bring it to me, and then go close the refrigerator. The hardest part of that was closing the refrigerator. He didn't understand why, and so he would just skip it because it wasn't important to him, right? So that was the most difficult part of training him. But once I had trained him to close the refrigerator, it was very easy to train him to close the cooler after he got me a Dr. Pepper out of the cooler, right? Once he understood that I desired the closing, that the closing was the important part, he strived to do that. But without that information, it wasn't really a thing, you know. He had to know what I want for it to matter.
But he couldn't then go teach Fluffy to do it.
Holy shit. Son, you've been around a little longer than you purport to be. You're not subscribed to me. I've already checked. If you subscribed recently. But that's a theory I put out on like my 9th show. It was a very early thing that I actually vocalized, and I haven't said a word about it since. But yeah, it's pretty much like the Truman Show concept in that previously in the galaxy, we have done things inappropriate, and the galactic group that exists decided that we are less than safe and placed us here as a warning to other species of what not to behave as. That's a very rough, but close enough for government work explanation. That's weird. Okay.
Logic dictates that I ask a question. This galactic group that exists, how do you know it exists?
I'm not assuming that it exists. I'm merely making the assumption that if X, then Y, right? So if we're not native to this planet, being the X, then Y, we were placed here for some reason.
Right, but that if is a gigantic word.
Of course it is. If always is a gigantic word. And if there's a God, and if there's a flying spaghetti monster, and if there are aliens, and if those aliens placed us here to be.
Well, one of those things actually has evidence behind it.
I'm simply saying if, dude. It's an if. It's a big fat fucking if. If. Okay. All right, bud. I must apologize. I'm not usually quite this lushy. I'm a little bit drunken.
Find the word waterbird. Washoe was taking two disparate things, water and bird, and mushing them together to describe a third entity, the swan. This is how we develop language. This is how kids describe the world around them. This is how they learn sentence structure. And a chimp just did it. Washoe provided behaviorists with a prime counter to the Chomsky school. We can teach apes to do these things. We can teach apes language. Washoe was the catalyst to a whole host of psychological research trying to prove Chomsky wrong.
All right,
and with that
right there, bud. You just did it, bud. You just did the very thing. Where's it at? Where are you at? Coming to get you. Coming to get you. Where did it go? Oh, it didn't do it. Oh, okay, that's good. Congratulations, bud. Guess what you just got? Yup. Yup. Hello, Mr. Nobody. Absolutely nothing there. That's fucking beautiful, bud. I like that. That's pretty heavy.
Out of the way, we can finally talk about Koko.
I'm sorry, that was my inner troll coming out, Jake. I didn't mean to excommunicate you from
Thanks
the
to the show,
conversation.
a lot
My
of
bad.
primatologists
Following.
tried to get their hands on various apes to teach them sign language. One of these apes was called Koko. Okay, well, actually, she was called Hanabiko, meaning fireworks child, because she was born on the 4th of July. But anyway, Koko was born at San Francisco Zoo in 1971. At the age of 1, Koko was taken from her mother to be treated for a life-threatening illness. And it's here that she meets 24-year-old graduate student Penny Patterson. They start caring for Koko, and while caring for her, Patterson starts to teach Koko sign language. Patterson describes Koko's language acquisition.
So I have a question. Did Patterson know sign language before she decided to teach this chimp?
That's not clear.
I have looked into it a bit and I can't find a solid yes on that. No specific reason why it is that she would have. But at the same time, I also can't see any reason why she wouldn't have. I mean, I learned sign language and it wasn't because anybody made me.
Right, me too.
Because that bitch was stupid fly. She was stupid fly and had really big tits, and she was like 15 and I was 14, and she had really big tits and was beautiful, but she couldn't hear.
In my case, it was my sister, and we learned sign language because we were
That's
bored.
disgusting. Hold on, let me get my head caught in the fence.
In her 1978 paper, The Gestures of a Gorilla, Language Acquisition in Another Pongid, and a follow-up paper in 1990 called Language Acquisition by a Lowland Gorilla, Koko's First 10 Years of Vocabulary Development. After 10 months of teaching her sign language, Koko had learned about 100 signs, and like humans, Koko has a language growth spurt between the ages of 2 and 4, where Koko acquires new words very quickly. Like Washoe, Koko was combining words to communicate other things. She famously signed finger bracelet to communicate the word ring, and stuck metal to communicate the word magnet. Koko didn't just sign utterances for food and cuddles either. She'd discuss her relationships to people. She'd express parts and aspects of her personality. Koko would even lie. According to Patterson, my assistant, Kate Mann, was with Koko, then tipping the scales at 90 pounds, when the gorilla plumped down on the kitchen sink in the trailer and it separated from its frame and dropped out of the alignment. Later, when I asked Koko if she broke the sink, she signed, "Kate, they're bad," pointing to the sink. Koko wouldn't know, of course, that I would never accept the idea that Kate would go around breaking sinks. Koko would make art, and she had a thing for poetry. This is a self-titled picture that...
Okay, so I have a theory. Stick with me on this one because it might be a little more complicated than a chimp can figure out. Perhaps Kate did a thing that Koko did, and when Kate did it correctly, Koko did it incorrectly and broke the sink. Hence, Koko says, "Kate, they're bad."
Right.
Not language.
Also, that painting that's self-titled looks like a monkey did it.
Hey, man, did you know that a monkey broke AI copyright claim? Completely broke AI copyright.
Huh.
A monkey once took a selfie. The individual whose camera it belonged to copyrighted the selfie. Someone used the selfie of a monkey, an actual baboon, a monkey, in a public domain use. The owner copyrighted it and claimed it. The federal courts decided that since he didn't actually take the picture and the monkey's not human, copyright doesn't apply. Correct. In this case. Since an AI can make a picture and is not human, copyright for the AI doesn't exist.
Exactly.
The creative aspect of that art is the human input.
That's correct. And by the way, notice the name of that painting? It's called Pink, Pink, Stink. And you say they're not thinking about sex.
I don't think. Just no.
It
No.
says it right there on the screen. I didn't make that shit up.
You are correct, but at the same time, just no. Somebody made that shit up, and it wasn't a fucking monkey.
It wasn't a monkey.
That Koko painted called Pink Stink Nice Drink. And she also named her kitten a rhyme. All ball. Oh yeah, Koko had a cat. She couldn't get pregnant, but she really wanted to be a mom, so Dr. Patterson got her a kitten instead. Koko had a sense of time, and she could remember past events, like how she bit Penny when they first met. This was taken from an article that Patterson wrote in National Geographic, documenting Koko's recollection of their first meeting with an interviewer.
All right, right there. This is taken from what? An article Patterson wrote.
Mm-hmm.
The previous facts were taken also from an article Patterson wrote.
That's correct. You might be fluffing.
Yeah, see a trend here? Might be a little bit of a fluffer. Maybe that's what the monkey sees when it's really happy after it gets done playing with, and that's why it's called Pink Stink. All right. Hey, man, if you have not checked out my previous content, and I'm pretty sure you have, I would like to point out that I have a very interesting recording that I've done recently. It is Alex Jones performing Mississippi Squirrel Revival. And I'm actually fairly proud of it, not because it's really, really, really good. It's not really, really, really good at all. It's not good, even a little bit. I'm proud of it because I pulled that madness off in a single take and it gave me chills because I never thought I could do it. And I just did it on a whim, and there it is. Y'all can have it. Have a good day with it.
Too. And
I'm
it's a little closer to me because you can relate.
I'm absolutely astounded because the thing is, I was trying to lay down an actual track of Mississippi Squirrel Revival, and I got frustrated. And when I got frustrated, I was like, and I just did the Alex Jones things to break the monotony of me trying to fail, right? I was failing, and I can hear it when I go back and listen to it. I can hear I'm failing. I'm not doing the thing that I need to do. There's a thing that I'm not doing. I'm making all the squirrels gay. Just go check out my Alex Jones, man. It's not terrible. It's just not great Ray Stevens is all. It's really bad Ray Stevens. It's really good Alex Jones. Let's go check it out, man.
It's really good Sasquatch.
You admit? Sorry, bite scratch. At this point, I showed Koko the mark on my hand. It really did look like a scratch. Wrong bite. Why bite? Because mad. Why mad? Don't know. Koko was a media sensation. She apparently shared quite a close bond with Robin Williams.
Just glossed over the don't know.
And she goes, "What does that mean?" "She wants you to lift your shirt." I lift my shirt. She reaches out and grabs both my nipples.
Okay. All right. If you've seen it, well, everything just went black.
I'm still here.
Oh, good. I can hear you.
Follow my voice.
No, not into that voice. Fuck that shit. Oh no. Okay, there we go. All right, I've got my desktop back. All right, let me see. Right about. Okay, cool. I've got my chat back. That's gone. I don't know if that's going to happen. Email back. Oh, okay. I've got my Edge back. All right, I got my OBS back. Where is Melon? Give me Melon. Melon, where are you? Okay, all right. I got everything back. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, cool. All right, I can see you. We can hear you. Everything's good now. And yeah, no. It's my laptop. My laptop's reflected. This individual has seen my Alex Jones Squirrel Revival, and I'm sorry. I do apologize. I mean, I just do these things because I don't have anything better to do. Are you aware that I'm doing voice work for Peter Pan? Like, I'm sorry. Scully's House of Thrillers. Scully's House of Thrillers. He's doing a Peter Pan production. He has about 12 or 14 people involved. We're doing different parts, different bits, and we're going to do a full, like, not live action reading, but like a live reading. I'm trying. Yes, random. I'm trying to dig up some really, really old artwork that I know exists for Peter Pan. I've seen it. I might have the book at Mom's. Out at Pop's. You know, I know I've seen the art. I remember it. It's pre-Disney. It's pre-copyright, but I gotta find it. And so far I haven't been able to put my hands on it. So I may go out to Pop's in like a couple of days and just go spend a couple of days out there digging through shit and trying to find that book. Because I think it was the name of the book was The Boy Who Wouldn't Grow Up, maybe.
Sounds right.
But it didn't have nothing to do with Peter Pan. It's just the same story. There was no Peter. There may have been a Peter. I don't think there was a Peter. I don't think they ever named the kid. It was just a boy who could fly. Anyway. Yeah, apparently Robin Williams knows sign language, and he attempted to talk to Koko and came to an accord. I'm not sure if this says as much about Koko as it does about Robin Williams.
What's got you by the tits? You listen. And then a fun thing happened because my balls went, somebody wants to play. Shall we go to phase 2? No, do not go to phase 2.
When he died, the story goes, Koko mourned his passing. 13 years after meeting him, Koko not only remembered him, she understood the finality of his death, and she grieved for him. At the height of Koko's fame, she'd learned nearly 2,000 signs. She was on Mr. Rogers. She'd gotten 2 Nat Geo biographies, one of her taking a selfie in a mirror and the other with her kitten. The last message that Koko signed was an appeal to humanity.
Can I call bullshit yet?
Yeah, because
you see. All right. So you see what you see, right? What do you see?
I see a monkey scratching a lot.
No. Look at not the monkey, not the ape. Look at the construction of the actual bit, right? No, don't do that. Stop it. No.
The message that Koko signed was an appeal to humanity.
Cut.
Yep.
Cut.
So they're definitely coaching her.
Cut.
She's also looking at somebody.
Cut. Actually, there were 2 cuts there that I didn't call because the look was included because it looked thoughtful. And then the actual signing was included because it was correct. That's not language.
No, that's somebody coaching that ape to say what it's saying.
Right.
Look at her eyes. Always goes over here.
Because that is always going to work, right? Beseeching humans for help.
And this is where most accounts of Koko the gorilla stop. But I wouldn't have called this video Why Koko Couldn't Talk if that was the end of the story. So, strap in. So, if apes really could acquire language to the level that Koko did, why did all of the research into ape communication and ape language acquisition stop? To answer that question and to understand why Koko couldn't talk, we have to talk about a chimp called Nim Chimpsky, who was adopted by Herb Terrace, professor of psychology and psychiatry at Columbia University. Up until this point, while the debate around the nature of language had been very intense and had opened up a lot of discussions about what the actual hallmarks of a language are, no one was questioning the value of the data being collected. When Terrace sat down to watch back the recordings of Nim, he was looking for some sort of pattern. Is Nim creating word orders? Has he acquired a concept of grammar? Does he follow linguistic rules like syntax? Does he follow socially learned linguistic rules like not interrupting at random intervals? And does Nim use private speech, as in, does he talk to himself? That kind of thing. Terrace published his findings in a 1979 paper called Can an Ape Create a Sentence? To which he answers, no. Going over the Nim footage, almost all of the signing that Nim does follows prompts from the communicators. Nim doesn't initiate conversation, he interrupts at random, he doesn't follow typical language structure of listen and respond, he doesn't use the signs to think in private moments, and all of these are things that you would observe in kids. Kids will initiate conversation, they will follow listen, respond, listen structures, they'll talk to themselves. Nim's most frequent three-word utterances are things like play me Nim, eat me Nim, eat Nim, eat. In fact, all of Nim's most frequent utterances are quite pragmatic. Feed me, play with me, tickle me, and who use the words interchangeably like eat Nim and Nim eat to mean the same thing. There's no concept of grammar there. A child would understand the difference between eat Nim and Nim eat. The longest sentence that Nim signs at 16 words is give orange, me give, eat orange, me eat orange, give me, eat orange, give me you. What you'll notice about this sentence is its repetitiveness.
Right. No, it was the boy who would not grow up, not the boy who could fly. I think I said that wrong. Yes. 1904. Yeah. Yeah. And that's pre-copyright, which means any art, it was a picture book too. So any art in it should be completely open for open source.
While you got that pause, I'm going to go pee real quick.
All right, bud. Same thing here. We'll both do it. Awesome, 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 awesome.
Yeah, let's go. I ain't the first with the curse, with the thirst that I wanna be better, not worse, man it hurts. I'm on this earth with my words and I put them all together, insert, cause I wanna have worth. Working hella hard till they put me in the dirt. Gonna go far, man, listen to my words. Gonna be a star, man, life's like a blur. When you're working this hard till you get what you deserve. Yeah, I ain't taking a backseat, I'm passing anybody else who is rapping, I'm nasty. Ain't nobody able to catch me, they gasping. They cannot compare, they can't match me, I'm at half speed. I got your girl and she laughing and dancing, hanging on my butt, she asking to crash with me. Smash with me, she savage, she wants cash money, and she knows that I live lavishly. I wanna live, I'm cold inside. Give all I have just to feel alive. I fight to live, I fight to strive.
Hi, Sheldon and Jenna. Welcome to the show, man.
I want the whole world in the palm of my hand. I got a plan, I'm the man. Now I'm teaching the game. A veteran.
Are we back yet?
We're back.
All right, bud.
Looking in my hand and it's steady. I'm trending, ascending.
I really want to get like a much gentler tune for that. Because that is really hardcore at midnight. It just seems to be a bit over the top to me. I don't know why.
Hush now. I'll be right back. Don't go.
I don't know. We'll come up with something, dude. I had for the intermission. I really want to do my own. Like, I want some music. You can do the music, what the fuck ever. But I kind of want my own vocals to it. Something along the lines of like "People Are Strange" or Ringling Ringling. Have you ever heard of Ringling Ringling?
No.
Ringling Ringling. Drifting away. No, it's an old Jimmy Buffett tune, and it's about this town that's dying like Oconee. It's got like 40 people that live there. There's this great line. It's one of the best lines in all of music history, in my opinion. It says something about Next to the bank, there's a pile of beer cans. Been there 27 years. Imagine all the heartache and tears in 27 years of beer. Right? Right? Like
But
it's got this
it ain't no. There must be some kind of way out of here," said the Joker to the thief.
Well, no, but Jimmy Buffett is also not a genius. He's an excellent musician and a storyteller, not a genius.
I
have this overwhelming urge to do God's Own Drunk. Let me take my last shot and then we'll do it.
Kid wouldn't say something this devoid of meaning or structure. Children will elaborate on their utterances and they'll add complexity with time. Their sentences will get longer and convey more information as they acquire more language. Nims, Terrace noticed, degraded with time. The words Nim signed were the equivalent of mashing the middle predictive text key in your phone to spell something out. Nim is trying to brute force a response to get food or some kind of social interaction. The paper Can an Ape Create a Sentence was a hand grenade to ape communications research. It all but admitted that Noam Chomsky was right, that there was something innate to humans that gives us the gift of the gab. In fact, Terrace published a book in 2019 with more or less that title. In an interview, Chomsky was very, very vindicated by this. In 1982, Terrace published a follow-up paper called Why Koko Can't Talk. And it's here where the cracks in the Koko story start to become noticeable. If you're deranged enough, feel every test.
Fuck! Why's the rum always gone? I skipped ahead too much. All right, we're going to mute this until I find where I'm supposed to be. Speak, Ubu, speak, good damn dog.
Woof.
Excellent. All right, so do you see the problem with the communication issue here?
Yes.
I called out cut at every cut in that tape to show why it is that Koko isn't actually speaking. What she is doing is a learned behavior for treats.
Right. Like a dog, but more complicated. It's still an interesting feat, but they're not communicating.
Claiborne, you're off base a little bit. Animals were not here before humans. We were here at the same time. We all did the thing.
That's right.
Now, in Jake's opinion, it has to do with the creator and they're sprung forth and all that stuff. And in the general science opinion, it comes from the evolutionary process and deep time. From my opinion, I think you're all flying spaghetti monster creations, but it doesn't really matter because none of us really know the truth. The point is, Jake believes what he believes. I believe what I believe. And Koko doesn't believe shit because she can't talk.
That's correct.
That's going to be a short. You know that's going to be a short. But you get what I'm saying. Like, I buy that. Yes, we learned some things from animals, like maybe not the concept of camouflage, but the function of it. You get what I'm saying? Like, so
I don't know that we necessarily learned that from animals. I think that's just one of those things that's a common sense kind of thing.
To an extent, I agree. But there comes a point where when a human enters a new environment and finds something there that camouflages better than the learned behavior of the human, they will then learn the new behavior for the environment.
We do that shit all the time. We build cars that look like sharks because sharks go fast.
And are really cool.
Yeah.
All right. Hold up.
You're right about that. But
all right, so we're gonna recover a little bit of fucking ground here, but it'll be all right. And like I said, dude, no shade if you decide to dip out early. That's with you. I'm not trying to keep you up late. I know you. I didn't send you the link till right before the show. Like, do you? Full support from me on doing you. All right. Where's the buttons? All right, it's muted, and that's no good.
Language acquisition stop. To answer that question and to understand why Koko couldn't talk, we have to talk about a chimp called Nim Chimpsky, who was adopted
All right,
by
that's a
her
little
parents,
further back
Professor
than I
of-
thought. Let's see, right about. No, stop that. Why is it bouncing around? Nim Chimpsky. Right. Okay,
Right
that's
about there.
close. We're going to go there. And we're going to let this play till that ends because that's about where we were. Cool. Have you ever read
No.
Well, that clarifies absolutely everything.
The 1978 one is also descriptive. Patterson does provide an appendix and
That was weird, dude. Like when I paused it, in fact, it just did it again. No, okay, it's straight. When I paused it, it fucking muted, or maybe I muted. I'm a little drunk. Stop when you see Robin Williams. Fuck you. Me and Robin Williams aren't the same person. Stop being like that. Good morning, Vietnam. I didn't do that.
data, but it's threadbare information. It's a list of words and the order that Koko learned them. Patterson fails to provide any transcribed utterances. She relies on individual examples to support her interpretations. Without any sort of corpus of utterances, we can't glean anything useful from them, like finding the emergence of abstract rules. Patterson has never released any raw data or raw footage of her and Koko, which is an immediate red flag. It's claimed Koko has learned more than 2,000 signs and could make sentence structures, but there's very little in the way of raw data to actually prove this, which is an issue endemic in a lot of ape communications research. It's near impossible to verify the claims that apes have learned the number of signs that are being claimed. It's impossible to verify if Koko talks to herself or babbles or does.
All right, so there is one point where this video doesn't cover quite enough breadth, in my opinion. This is about Koko. There are 5 or 6 other apes of different species that have been taught to speak or to use signs. Whether it's language or not is a debatable point. But with Koko, she utilized single or double signs. She would use one sign or two to indicate a thing and a desire.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas Nim would utilize utterances and signs simultaneously. I would argue that Nim had more of an understanding of language than Koko.
That would make
Because
sense.
Nim
is a smaller animal, which probably has a more active brain, a higher metabolism, and probably could learn faster.
and also not quite as long lived and therefore shorter learning period. Right.
Yeah.
Now, I'm fully agreeing with you on that. Also, the learned structure that Nim learned in was a much more holistic structure than Koko being taught that this is hamburger, this is hair, this is potato. Now, what do you want to do with the potato? That doesn't compute. Whereas Nim learned observationally and physically through both the utterances of his sounds and the use of his signs. So it wasn't just that he said words, it was also that he would, and Nim wasn't taught sign language. He was using an integrated sign language that he had developed. So
my dog could say words. That don't mean shit.
Right. No, the fucking moose can say the word home just as good as I can. I've heard it. I haven't managed to record it, but I've heard it. That's not language.
I like what Random says. He says, I'd like to see all the language monkeys get together and see if they would talk to each other.
Right. No, that was a big deal. Actually, I think a little bit of that is covered later in the video, but it's just like a dip because there's not a whole lot of evidence for such things.
Yeah, because they wouldn't dare do that.
There are 2 cases where I can't remember the name, but the orangutan that was taught sign and Koko were put in the same room. They wouldn't have shit to do with each other. Nothing. They literally sat on opposite sides of the room and faced away from each other, much like 2 children who won't play.
Yeah. Or a gorilla and an orangutan, which are not the same thing.
Right. No, I mean, yeah, you've got that. I mean, shit. If you take a bonobo and put them with chips, they'll tear the bonobo apart. So you can't do that. And in visually looking at them, there is no difference between these two. And I'm going to say it, species, because a bonobo's reproductive system functions differently. Like the things that makes her receptive to reproduction is different from the things that make a chimpanzee receptive to reproduction.
Yeah, I agree. They're different species. I don't think they're the same thing. They look the same, but they're not the same. Just like monkeys have 5 fingers, and so do we, but they're not.
We're not monkeys. Right. So do you know what the primary difference between chimpanzee and bonobo is?
Yes.
What is
it? Bonobo is larger than a chimpanzee, and they live
like,
indigenous to one area in between a river, and they mate with all the species. I mean, all the different.
There.
Yeah, they mate together.
Yeah.
And that's not
also
chimpanzees
one other
hunt in
feature.
groups. Bonobos just mate in groups.
There's one other feature. Chimpanzees are in an area of Africa that don't have to compete with gorillas. Bonobos have to compete with the gorillas.
Okay.
And because of this,
but I know that they're indigenous to one area.
Right. Well, gorillas also occupy that area, but they're not like exclusive to that area. Bonobos only exist in that particular crook of the river. Right. And it's because it is a very rare association of silverbacks, high mountain gorillas, and chimpanzees. But in this case, it's bonobos. And bonobos have learned that just because things look like you don't mean they are you.
Right.
And if you go and try to take food from a bonobo, they'll get angry and might throw stuff at you. But if you try to take food from a gorilla, they will rip you in half and throw you at other people.
Yes.
So that's a very big difference. And it's an evolutionary difference if you buy into evolution. So bonobos tend to be much more laid back. They're not as nearly as aggressive as chimps. They don't go after the food just because it's there. They are willing to work with other species to accomplish a goal. For instance, acquisition of honey and whatnot.
Right. Well, you see that same behavior in men, by the way, like on a construction site.
Yes. Absolutely. What's up, Clayboard? Hold on. Is that right? That's right. This is right. This is not right. Okay. What if you ask the animal a question like, are you hungry? And then the animal answers with one word, yes. All right. So any animal that has been trained with treats will answer that they are hungry because they want treats, not because they are physically in need of nutrition, but because they like the dopamine reward of accomplishing a task.
Also, the only time that chimpanzees or any animal will cooperate is when there's food involved or sex or hunting.
Well, okay, hunting, yes, that's a good one to include, because I would count hunting as fun when it comes to like dogs.
Yeah.
That would fall under the fun category. So if you were attempting to train a chimpanzee to do something, fun would be a viable reward system.
Right.
Tickles in Koko's taste.
By the same token, if you have two chimpanzees and you give one of them cake, the other one will become furious and try to kill the other one because you didn't give it cake too.
One of my favorites, one of my most favoritist freaking associations I come across. Let me try to get this right. They had a number of chimpanzees in the zoo, and I think it was San Diego. And and this is like the early 60s, late 50s, having received a new chimpanzee, they turned that chimp loose in the zoo in hopes that it would join the troop that was already there. And the troop that was there attempted to kill it. They had to like execute something similar to a zoo SWAT team to go extricate this chimp from the enclosure.
Yep.
They waited 3 weeks. They introduced each chimp individually to this other chimp, and everything went off stellar, like wonderfully. And then they attempted to reintroduce this chimp to the population of chimpanzees that were already in the zoo, and they immediately attacked the chimp again.
Yep.
This was the defining moment that made the zoologist look at this individual chimp as something other than possibly a chimpanzee. It was a bonobo. And they didn't know the difference between bonobo and chimpanzee. And now, having gotten this far, I can throw another monkey wrench into this whole pie with the introduction of a cryptid, a billy ape. Have you ever heard of the term billy ape?
I have not.
So you have the area
under a bridge.
No.
Okay.
You have the area of Africa where chimpanzees exist, and there are no gorillas. And then you have the area of Africa where there are gorillas, both silverbacks and mountain gorillas, and bonobos. There is a third area where I'm not sure if you'd call them species of chimp, but a distinct different population of chimps, perhaps a subspecies. They do not associate with bonobos, but will associate with chimps if reintroduced to them. These chimps are much larger and much more powerful than your average chimps. They are more on par with twice the size of a bonobo, and they are far, far more aggressive. They are called the lion-killing chimps of Africa.
I know what you're talking about.
Those are billy apes. The billy ape is a byproduct of human introduction. You have the chimps that live in an area by themselves, but can't really get out of it because rivers, water, desert. Then you have the bonobos that are stuck in an area by themselves, and they can't escape because of leopards, snakes, gorillas, and people. So you have a distinct genetic population. A third population of this creature has developed due to people bringing chimps from the other side of the river to a point near an oasis in Africa. And then the chimps got loose and established a breeding population. These chimps don't deal with gorillas, but they are chimps. They're not bonobos. They are not the sweet, soft, gentle bonobos that people are familiar with. They are chimpanzees, and they will rip your freaking face off.
Oh, yeah.
They also kill hyenas, dogs, people, babies, chimpanzees, each other. Well, they kill chimpanzees because chimpanzees are competition genetically, but I mean, they rip their nuts off and leave them running around in the wild.
Yeah.
Dogs,
chimpanzees will hunt another monkey.
Yes, true.
They'll tree it, capture it, and eat it while it's still alive.
Right. And in this case, specifically, the billy ape, which is larger than your average chimpanzee, but smaller than your average ape, gorilla, they do exhibit certain gorilla features. Once they reach 8 to 10 years old, they develop a silvery cast to their fur, probably from bleaching by the sun, and an actual sagittal crest, only exhibited in gorillas of various descriptions and the billy ape. The only 2 locations the sagittal crest is actually observed in nature currently today. Now, orangutans have a very similar feature, and you could call it a sagittal crest, but their beefy faces kind of make it not sagittal. Hey, Cap, welcome. I'm just saying, currently they say there's 2 species of this particular type of creature. While the billy ape is not a separate species, they will remingle with chimps. They kill bonobos on sight. Or smell, or whatever it is.
Maybe they just don't like all the screwing.
That maybe, but
because they're like incestuous bonobos.
I don't know about
They are.
that. Maybe.
They sleep. The only one, the mother will not sleep with the son, but they'll sleep with sisters, fathers, doesn't matter. But the mother will not sleep with the son.
I'll buy that. I mean, I'm just saying that I haven't personally read information in that direction. I'm just saying that I know that bonobos differentiate and chimps differentiate. I just didn't see a reason why billy apes would be different.
I don't know. I don't know much about those.
We got a good one here. We got a ringer. Please tell me you're talking about where they gave them coins for the treat machine and all the male monkeys gave the coins to female monkeys for fun time. Have you seen that bit?
I've seen the one where they gave the monkeys cocaine and they hit the button until they died.
There's another one just like that where they connected the pleasure sensors of the brain to a button and the male monkeys died and the female monkeys were like crackheads.
Yeah.
No, that's a good one. That might be worth its own show. I don't think I can quite take a run at that with just a limited amount of time. I'm going to have to think on that one real good.
I'd like to see a zebra try to screw a rhino.
Right? I'd like to see a striped rhino just for shits and giggles. I mean, really?
Or a zebra with a big horn.
Maybe a horny zebra.
Horny zebra. I like it.
Any of the things that we observe in children. There's no hours and hours of raw film to sift through. To take from Professor Robert Sapolsky's lecture on human language.
And one problem at that point was there were no actual data that had ever been published by Patterson. All there were several heartwarming films of Koko and global warming and Koko and the trade deficit and Koko and this or that. And there were no data. Scientists couldn't make any sense of it because there were no numbers. There was no anything you can actually analyze.
And the available films aren't much better. Terrace has argued, like Nim, Koko's longer utterances are completely devoid of meaning. Things like mess red thirsty mouth thirsty and please milk please me like apple bottle. One of the few clips actually released by Patterson and Koko will involve things like this.
Angry that he's not getting a chimp and that he's not getting a treat. That's all that is. Give me a treat. No, you have to do the thing I want. Give me the treat. Am I wrong?
No, that's exactly what it looked like.
Wet is like candy, gum. What is like candy, gum? Oh, did I forget something? I didn't. Black nuts. You're polite. Yes, you are.
When you spot it, this over-interpreting and rationalizing away wrong answers starts appearing everywhere. Here's a chunk of the transcript from the AOL interspecies chat session of which Koko was a part.
So if I remember right, this particular chat session was interpreted initially by an interpreter that worked for the zoo. And it worked out beautifully just the way you would hope it would. And then it got into the hands of another interpreter who went, wait, no, none of that's right. That gorilla is signing all kinds of everything it can think of to sign, and she's only responding to the correct signs, to the ones that lead to the interpretation she wants it to lead to.
Right.
And this is why I chose this video, this particular detail, the fact that the individuals involved in these language studies are quite often so inducted into the idea that what they're saying is true and must be true because they believe it and they promote it, that they overlook all inordinate answers in an attempt to positively bias an experiment to their own ends.
This is the Dunning-Kruger effect. run amok.
In action, in actual physical action. That is exactly what this is. I'm smarter than you because I know what I'm talking about. And since I'm talking about what I know I'm talking about, what you're talking about is less important. And therefore you are less educated on it. For that reason, you saying that she signed 47 signs and only 3 of them were correct by your interpretation. I say she signed 3 signs that were correct and 47 that were gibberish that you simply misinterpreted.
Yep.
And that is positive bias in action. That is the
That's what's wrong
Dunning-Kruger
with
effect.
science, kids.
Yes, that is absolutely right. That is what is wrong with science, kids. Positive bias.
Oh, can you hear that?
It just clipped all the way back to the fucking top of the damn chat again for no apparent reason.
Oh,
Jesus. All right, I'm gonna let it play while I do this.
All right.
What are the names of your kittens and dogs? Candy, give me. Okay. C, give me. What's the name of your kitty? Kitty's name and dog's name. Foot. Foot. Foot isn't the name of your kitty. Hair lip. Oh, she wants to hear the lady on the phone. Maybe you can ask her that question. Koko, what's the name of your cat? No. Do you like to chat with other people? Fine nipple. Yes, that was her answer. Nipple rhymes with people, okay? She doesn't sign people per se, so she may be trying to do a sounds like, but she indicates like,
Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. Nipple sounds like people, okay?
And this only matters with someone that can say the word nipple or someone who can say the word people.
Right.
And you could argue that they hear the word people and nipple, but the fact of the matter is, without understanding A, what it means, and B, why it is humorous that it would sound alike or even have a meaning similar to one another, you would have to understand the word themselves.
It's crazy. This woman has lost her bananas. No pun intended.
Lost the bias. Hold up. Let me try to get a grip.
This woman lost
No, I
her
heard you.
bananas.
I'm reading.
No pun intended.
There it is. I know a bit about that. Been reading all about climate loss of bias. That would be
He's referring to my comment about the Dunning-Kruger effect, and you're talking about what's wrong with science.
lots of bias. That okay, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit inebriated. Upside is I'm out of rub. The rub is always gone.
Me too, metaphorically.
Speaking, yes.
Terrace's articles kicked off a series of, shall we say, less than polite letters between him and Patterson. Terrace argued that Patterson isn't providing any raw data for scientists to analyze. #release the Patterson cut.
You're fine, babe. I was just being a jerk. I'm sorry.
About the failure of Project NIM. She argues caregivers have to form close bonds with their apes so they can feel comfortable communicating. And NIM just cycled through teachers. There was no closeness between Terrace and NIM.
There wasn't one figure for him. There were 25 maybe that came and went. It's so difficult because it's based on relationships. It's not just based on, open the cage, new person, feed, ask question. They want to talk with someone they like.
Feed, then ask question.
Or ask questions, then feed if you really want a good answer. See, that's the thing is almost all of these experiments are derived from the concept that we have a specific goal in mind. And so the experiment takes the form of training more than experiment.
Yep.
It's hard to separate that from experimentation with living species. I mean, same thing with like African greys. African greys are very intelligent birds, but they do not understand language. They understand enough syntax to ask you for thing. But it's not because they're asking you for the thing. It's just because they know that you get thing.
Yeah. When
That's
I
not
make that
language.
sound. Yeah. That's not
Right,
language.
right. Get thing. I want the thing. Get it to me, man. And that's all there is to that.
But the closeness Patterson says is necessary means that the caregiver is the only person able to translate for the ape, which means there's a lot of interpreting being done by the translators. How much of it is the ape communicating, and how much of it is the human interpreting it? Like Washoe signing Waterbird to mean swan. That's us interpreting what Washoe is signing. Was she signing swan? She could have just as easily been signing the words water and bird. It could just be basic object recognition, rather than making compound words to produce something new. Terrace actually went over some of Washoe's raw data, and he included film traces in his study. In the longest film of Washoe's language drills, Teaching Sign Language to the Chimpanzee Washoe, Washoe makes 155 utterances, of which 120 were single signs, and they occurred mainly in vocabulary testing sessions. Washoe simply wasn't using sign language to communicate. Some counter that apes in research respond to human commands, and even if they are just mimicking signs, mimicry is a part of how we acquire language to start. But that's just it. The mimicking in human children gives way to language and non-mimicking behaviors. Apes never stop mimicking. Is training apes or birds to understand commands and mimic superficial aspects of language the same thing as language? Because you can teach.
That is no, Claiborne has nailed it. Sounds like they needed this to work so badly that they had to deceive people to continue teaching we came from them. That's
Amen.
not so much the issue. No, you've gone too far. See, you have assumed
I agree with you, Claiborne.
Okay, Jake agrees with you. But I think you have fallen afoul of a very basic premise. You have assumed a nefarious effect from ignorance. The individuals involved simply want more money. They're not doing this to deceive you for nefarious reasons. They're doing it to get money.
In all fairness, though, Caucasian, when people keep lying to you and insisting they're telling you the truth, it tends to feel like you're being lied to.
No, I'm not debating that. I'm saying at the beginning of this experiment, the experiment was done in good faith initially, but to finance the experiment, they continued the bullshit they were doing to try to get more financing. Therefore, it became a nefarious event, not began as a nefarious event.
Human acquiring money is the same thing as the gorilla acquiring a treat.
Yes. Yes, and this is what we're studying more than we are the gorilla learning language, is humans' ability to acquire a treat. I wasn't going to say that until we got to the end, but yeah, you nailed it. You nailed it right there. You got it one.
And ain't mine, that's random.
Yeah, but
no,
I mean, yeah. Correct. I was actually coming in on. Wait, no, this shit hasn't caught up yet. Okay, so I'm not unhappy about the format. I don't dislike it. It's just that it's not easily utilizable. It covers you up anytime I do that. If I go to a different format, it changes the freaking timer. If I try to do something different to put you in a different place and to have you named and in that place, I either make my view so small that you can't read it on the fucking phone, or I'll put you in a really weird location that's hard to deal with I guess I could no BS. I mean, I'll tell you what, if I had 2 chats or 3 chats or 4 chats, you being in the middle at the bottom wouldn't be an issue. Because I would need somewhere to put those things, and I'd have to make everything smaller to fit, and you would fit in perfectly if I had 3 chats. Right? I'm guessing here. I mean, work with me. Oh, that's bad. That pops right up over your head. Why would they do that? That is absolute repugnancy. That doesn't, anyway, just, yeah, okay.
teach a dog to follow human commands? Sit, lie down, roll over. Does that mean dogs understand English? Are apes doing anything more complicated than what your dog does when you call it for walkies? I'm not sure. Even the more saccharine stories of Koko get cast in a new light here. Like, fix Earth being Koko's last words? Like, what? Does Koko have an understanding of climate change? Did she school strike for climate? Did Penny read her
Do
IPCC
you?
assessment reports? Climate change and the environmental movements are things that matter to us. They motivate humans to action. Is it just a coincidence that one of the most pressing issues of our time also happened to be the last words of a gorilla who we are expected to believe managed to comprehend the connection between human action and climate change? No, says Snopes, because it was a doctored tape, and you can tell it is. It's filmed in jump cutter vision. The press release that actually accompanied the video says it was edited together from a number of other takes, and there's no transparency around how the video was made regarding what her signers were signing to her or other cues Koko could have been given, because of course there isn't. They don't release raw films. Hashtag release the Patterson cut. Unsurprisingly, Terrace's paper caused the whole field of ape communications to implode on itself. There was a big conference in 1980 where two researchers...
All right, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Release the Patterson cut, the unedited film of Koko signing random bullshit so they could cut it together and make a sentence. Oh, my monkeys. All of my monkeys in a pile together. Oh, Lord. You all right, bud? You gonna make it?
Yeah, there's a bug above me.
All right. You should probably eat it. That's what the WEF would want.
Seebock and Rosenthal effectively called the researchers in the field liars, cheats, and frauds, and actually called them liars, cheats, and frauds at the post-conference press release. Word got out, and the government bodies who funded this research, understandably scared of the backlash to spending millions on dead-end research, cut their funding almost immediately. And now we enter the really dark time.
I'm not debating on the source of protein that bugs represent. I'm simply stating that I eat bugs when I have nothing else to eat. Absolutely nothing. That I've been hungry and haven't caught fish in days, and I'm hungry and I'm going to eat bugs. Or to win a bet.
I know how to kill animals.
Damn it. That was really weird. Right. No, I know how not only how to kill animals, I know how to attract animals to an area and then trap them individually so that the other animals don't realize they're being trapped and they call more animals in to be trapped. Because, you know, swamp, I guess. Broke, maybe because I was broke growing up, and occasionally if I wanted something different to eat other than fucking beans, my punk ass had to go out there and go get me a turkey, a deer, a mess of fish, or what the fuck ever. I had to go find some fucking potatoes. Potatoes don't grow wild, Bo. Where did I get those potatoes? From God. Yes, sir. Because I didn't steal them. Absolutely not. That wouldn't happen.
Language, in many respects, is a vital part of the human experience, and language is interlinked with cognitive development in many important ways. When children have structured language, it helps them make sense of the world. And this is true whether the kids are communicating verbally or whether they're using signs and gestures.
Hold on. I'm going to try something, and it might kick us out. Hey, Grim, welcome to the show, bud. I'd like to invite you up. The only way I can do it, though, is to send you like the link for my co-channel teammate thing, and I'm not doing it. It's not you. I'm not doing that for nobody. This is a free system, and I'm just rolling with what I got. If Jake decides to pass the fuck out, you're welcome to come up. Otherwise, I can't. Yeah, what's up, bud? I can't help you. What was I saying? Do you remember?
You were going to try something that might kick us out.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. So, and here we go. we still here?
I'm still here.
Yes, no, maybe. Obviously not. Let's see if we're
All
still
right.
going.
This is as good a time as any.
All right,
Let's
so
pass
it
the
didn't
buck over to
freeze.
somebody else. Let somebody else come on and have a good time.
Did I lose my ear?
Grim Reaper, how you doing, buddy? You want to come on the show? You want to take my spot?
There we go. How weird does it have to get? Did I lose you too? Okay.
Here.
So it puts you up on stream for a second and kicked me out.
Yes.
All I did was go from my little screen to my big screen. I'd simply maximize the window so that I could get over here to a few other little gizmos that I've got access to.
Hey, Caucasian.
Yeah, bud.
Don't do that.
It's honestly, dude, it really seems to be part of the program. And here's another
It
thing.
seems like it's unfinished.
It does kind of seem a bit clunky, doesn't it? Like no countdown to go live. Very little ability to manipulate where people are. I mean, that's okay. I suppose that's acceptable. But given a little bit of ingenuity, I'd rather go with that one.
I like this one better.
But if there were two people, it wouldn't work.
Right.
And if I had 12, it'd be shot slamming the foot. I have the hiccups. We may have to end this early.
All right. I'm going to go to bed anyway, so.
All right, brother. Like I said, you can drop out anytime you want. I'm going to let it play. I'm going to give it a minute and see if my hiccups go away.
All right, brother. I love you. I'll see you.
All right, bud.
Sunday.
Peace out. Much
Peace
love.
out.
I thank you for coming
I love
by.
you. I'll see you Sunday. Come by and see me if you hadn't done so already. Untethered Live, YouTube. Good night.
Absolutely. Untethered Live on YouTube. Hey, Grim, you want to come check this out? As soon as he dips, oh, that ruined everything. As soon as he dips out, you should be able to pop back in. I don't know if that was actually making noise the whole time. I have no idea. And I don't know if I kick out this dead window that he's got over here that popped up halfway through. I'm going to kick it out. No, apparently I can't kick it out. Yeah, no, it's just stuck over there. It may or may not let you hop up. I don't know. Like, based on what I have in front of me, it might not, because apparently he was up. Yeah, no, and it restarted my timer again. I have no idea how long I've been live because of this trash. But I'm going to let this play until either somebody joins me or I have something to say about it.
People have strokes, it affects their ability to sign in the same way it affects a hearing person's speech. When we give deaf kids language, it massively helps their cognitive development because it gives them a language they can use to express themselves. Deaf kids will sign gibberish the same way that hearing kids will speak gibberish. Speaking to BBC News, Professor Graham Turner of Herowitz University said these languages use the face, body, and hands in an integrated way, exploiting their multidimensional spatial medium through the layering of simultaneous and extremely precise visual elements. So communication in ASL or any other sign.
Why have I got no sound?
You have sound. All right, so you popped up backstage, right? And it doesn't register anything you do until after I bring you up on the screen.
That's better.
In the paid version, however, you have your own private green room that you can sit in and make recordings and send them to me in the actual show, which is interesting because I can ask questions. And even if you have a really bad connection, you can make a good recording that will play well for me when I play it.
I'm going to be playing with Melon, but I'm going to get the top one just for a month to see what it's like.
I'm doing this because the sound on Hippie's stream was so much better than StreamYard's that I wanted to check it out and see what the free looked like. And then I was going to do a month of the medium tier just to see what it looked like. and then do the like get a year, because I've got about 2 months before my StreamYard wears out.
Well, you know your StreamYard. If you are cancelling, they may offer you the essential package.
Okay, fuck them. I'm sorry. If they can't clarify my fucking sound, they can eat shit and die.
Yeah, fair enough. I was
I'm
going to
sorry,
say,
dude.
because that's what they did to me.
Yeah, no, and it sounds real good, don't it? But check it out. The price drops, and it drops down to equivalent to this on its highest pay tier. $17.99 versus what? $14.99, $18.99?
No.
What's the top tier?
You get exactly the same as you got on the £25 one, but $25, but it drops down to 10.
Right.
On the essential package, but they just don't advertise it.
Okay.
It's to try and keep people. But if you've got serious problems with sound that can't be resolved, then you've got to look elsewhere.
Well, the issue is I have very eccentric guests. My guests come in and they do everything from play music to using buzz saws for their microphone. So like I need better sound. The problem with StreamYards is it sounds like somebody's making a cappuccino 90% of the time.
Yes. Yeah. It picks up everything as well. Makes it worse and puts it all in together. And as soon as you've got more than two people talking at the same time, it distorts.
So I can manipulate some of that. I can clarify the sounds that I bring into StreamYards and make none of that be an issue. I can talk over it. I can talk with it. Everything's cool. The second I introduce a second guest or a guest at all, StreamYard's noise cancellation interrupts the sounds that are taking place in order to give you a clear over my production sound. But it doesn't. Instead, it goes.
Yes. Yep. It doesn't compensate for people's weak signals either. So people sound robotic when they're not. They sound perfect to them, but when it's being transmitted, and don't forget, you got that delay,
right,
as well. I mean, there's a delay with Melon, but
actually,
the delay is
something I've noticed. I sat down and timed it out earlier with StreamYard. There is a 7 to 9 second delay from me speaking on StreamYard to you hearing it on YouTube, and another 7 to 9 second delay from you hearing it on YouTube and commenting, however long that takes, to me being able to see it in the StreamYard. And ironically, it shows up in my YouTube about 9 seconds before it shows up in my StreamYard.
Yes.
So we're talking 36 to almost a minute between me speaking to you and them hearing your response.
Yeah. Now I'll tell you something else which is strange. You know, I've got the streaming service now on my website. Right. So I'm using StreamYards to connect, which is fine. Right. But there's depending on when somebody joins the stream, depends on how long their delay is. Right. But the chat, because the chat is built into the actual streaming service, it's live, so you see it straight away, so you can respond to it straight away, but there is that delay. So the chat could have moved on and you're still you're answering the questions, but the chat's still going. So it's one of the reasons why I want to play with this is to see whether or not I can adjust some of the things so it's a little bit better, so it's better for the person watching.
Right. One of the issues I have with this, you see where you're at on the screen, right? On the big screen.
Yeah.
All right. So I like to have guests, and these are my options currently.
You know, let me turn my camera off a minute so that there you go, a little bit better.
Yeah.
It's got a very old avatar that I can't change.
Bip. And those are all the same, but they're 3 different settings. If there were more people, it would do different things.
Yes.
This one, I've been able to work out tonight. Hold on, let me fix that. That's not right.
Put my camera back on. It might help. Nope. It's not.
No. It's just your square. I've got untethered up there, and I'm trying to fix it. Let's see. We're going to hide that. Right. So the untether's gone. All right. So what I was looking at was the ability to utilize this type of stuff for future shorts and remixes and stuff. And in order to do that, I need to be almost directly over the top of now. Here's where it's fucked up. Here's where it's real fucked up. In order to move my OBS, I have to minimize Melon. Right. So when I click this button, it's going to freeze, kick me out, leave you up here. You'll have about 6 seconds, and then it'll kick you out, and I'll have to bring myself back up, and then you back up, and we'll start over again. Because I used a not full window.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. That is difficult. That is a problem because I really want to move some shit around, but at the same time, I don't want to click that button. All right. Do you know what the topic was? Did you happen to check that out?
The topic? No, I didn't see it, to be honest. I just saw you live.
Cool. I mean, yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, previous guests get allowances. How you, Miss Southern Belle? How you doing? Good to see you there, girl. Let me tell you, I've been waiting on you a long time. When it comes to doing this whole deal, it kind of helps to have a topic to kind of lead the group, so to speak.
Yep.
We're about halfway through the discussion on whether or not apes can learn sign language and whether or not they can actually use it.
There's no reason why they couldn't, because they're close enough to.
I disagree.
To humans to mimic. Understand is a different thing.
Yes, no. I said use. To
yeah,
use
what you said. That's why I said mimic.
Mimicking allows you to pretend to do some shit and get a treat. Use implies actual understanding and grasping. And almost 76% of people said that apes could understand sign language.
No, I disagree.
No, they don't talk.
Their brain doesn't function in the same way. It's the closest to us, but they can be taught how to do things, but to actually understand what they're doing, they don't have the capability.
This motherfucker wants me to press the button that's going to end it all. Motherfucker still saying press the button.
Well, yeah, random. He's got that big red button, which says any key, and
that's not the one. This is the one.
He's resisting the Homer Simpson button.
No. 3. Hold on. Let me up. It's doing the wrong thing. 3, 2, 1. Bam. And then I freeze. Are we gonna freeze? Yep, there it goes.
For me. Well, if he's frozen, folks, I'll be going.
Okay. So now, come on, give me some function. Give me some function. Come on, man. You can do it. You're not dead yet. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Hey, look, I'm still here. How about them apples? Are you still here? Could y'all hear me the whole time I was screaming you could do it?
Well, I don't know. I think they could. I
hope they couldn't, because I was giving it a good old pep talk, telling them they could surely do it.
Yep. As usual, you just made yourself out to be an ape.
Well, I am your usual ape. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it stinks. Almost.
Not quite, but we're getting there.
But anyway, if you press the button and it doesn't work the way you expect it to, then that's a bonus. So
no, sir.
Random.
It's not a bonus. It is, in fact, a distinct negative, because I have another distinct negative that is three actually that I found so far. One, hey, Mom Spaghetti, welcome to the show, bud. One, before you go live, there is no countdown.
Yes.
That's a problem.
Yeah. You have to build that in.
I have that built into my OBS, but I didn't know that it was an issue, so I didn't trigger it at the right point, and I didn't have that there. I didn't know. Two, when you go from a minimized screen to a full screen, it does what it just did, where it freezes up and does that whole thing. I don't know if it does that on the pay version, but this is the issue I have with it. There are a ton of features I can't access on the minimized window that I can access on the maximized window, but I only have two screens. I have to have my OBS, my Melon, my YouTube, my email, and my chat, and my extra little window that I have done away. Actually, I can get rid of that. Which is usually where you're at right now. Usually I have mug shots going where you're sitting. And then you have to think about the layout of YouTube. So if you're wanting to use these for remixes or anything else like that, you have to position your camera in the right spot on OBS to be in the right spot on Melon, to be in the right spot on YouTube, to be
and just to cause further issues, every speaker has the ability to add an extra camera.
And one more major fucking issue. I am at the head of like a fucking 5-hour stream or some shit. I don't even know how long I've been going now, since 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4.5 hour stream or better, for almost 5 hours. And it just reset my chat all the way back to the very fucking beginning. So I'm sitting here right now for the 4th time in this show, scrolling down to try to get to what y'all have posted to be able to show it on the screen, which will immediately cover up Grimm's picture.
I don't think anybody would object to that.
I don't have a particular problem with it myself. It's just that, you know, when there are beautiful women on screen, I would like that to stay up there instead of you.
Well, you can always drop down.
I could. And if there's a beautiful woman here, I would. I got some business to tend to. But listen, I've been alone for a week. Don't judge me.
I'm not judging you. No sheep around, mate.
I already checked to come by and clean my dishes just so I can sit and watch her wash them. This bitch come over wearing baggy pants and a baggy shirt. I was like, okay. That's good enough.
That works.
I mean, I kind of feel like Joe Biden. I just wanted to smell pretty once.
4 hours and
51 minutes. I finally got there. You see, it covers up the screen.
It's also, it shows on the top left-hand corner of the screen.
And yours, however, on mine, because every time I change the window, it resets my counter. You get to see the full count. I am stuck with the 4 minutes and 38 seconds that it's been since the last time I changed my window.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
That is fucking repugnant. Absolutely repugnant. I almost can't deal with it. In my brain, between the movement of where people are, even the improved sound is not necessarily good enough to overwhelm the fact that a orderly stream is easier to sell than this madness. Hold on, let me look and see where I'm at actually.
Well, while he's trying to work out his where he's at, how is everybody? How you doing in the chat? Sorry, some people I know, some people I don't. Mums, I do like that idea. I think it's quite funny, to be honest. My grandpa said I rely on technology too much, so I unplugged his life support Now who relies on technology?
Well, it's certainly not him.
Exactly.
All right, so we're gonna shut this down. We're not doing the rest of this. We'll finish this the next Sasquatch Shields. I have I'm sorry, not Sasquatch Shields. I have a shilling with Sasquatch. Shut up. English, motherfucker. Do you speak it?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just laughing quietly, sir.
Go ahead and Chuckles. I have a chilling with Sasquatch set up to explore the reasons for censorship in early photography. It's not what you think. Most people who look at these early photographs see this weird blanched out sky and assume that something must have been hidden. And you're not wrong. And if you go look for evidence of why these things are hidden, you will find some. But it's not right. It's just one of the reasons this was done. There's a whole bouquet of reasons why you would want to blank out the sky, and they're not all war-based. They're not all money-based. They're not all corporation-based. It's a mix of all of these. And a lot of it comes down to the fact that there is no copyright pre a certain date. So how do you keep people from using your work? You remove that work.
Bill, yeah, that makes sense.
If you were doing a digital project and you were worried people would come in and steal parts of that digital project, you would remove those parts before you released it. And that's kind of what these people did. I want to talk to you backstage. Don't go nowhere.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to, where are we at? We're at 5 minutes. Shit, we got 5 minutes. You want to promote your channel for 5 minutes? Do that shit, bro. Make it happen.
Oh, well. Oh, cheers, mate. I really
hold on a
appreciate
second. Let me get this
thought.
straightened up right. Hold on. Where's it at? People. I want to do the people. People. Give me the people. Is it going to freeze me up just for changing from chat? No? Oh, no. Okay. Here you go. Here you go. Let's do this thing. Go for it. Man.
Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Grim Reaper Radio Show proudly brings to you their own private stream on the website on a Tuesday and a Thursday evening, GMT time, UK time at 7:15. This allows us to be able to do what we want, talk about what we want, and also show what we want. Our normal show on a Friday night from 8:15 on YouTube, which is the toned down versions of things where we just have fun and take the mickey out of whatever comes along. It will continue tonight, UK time, at 8:15. I can't say what time it'll be over on your side of the world because I haven't got the ability to work it out. But it's usually anywhere between 5 to 8 hours behind, depending on where you are in the US. You're more than welcome to come over and say hello. It's an open house. There is no drama. There's no politics because YouTube won't allow us because we have to abide by their terms of service. So hopefully you'll drop on by and say hello. And if you're wondering why I'm advertising THC free, the reason for it is they are sponsoring us. So I'm blatantly advertising them for the best place in CBD products because over here in the UK, our laws are so far behind, you're not allowed to have any THC legally unless it is on prescription and it's used in vape form. Hence the reason why I'm doing all this.
Magnificent. All right. So what I want you to do now, are you capable of getting to the private chat back here?
Yeah, I can see it.
I know it's the Grim Radio Show, not .com. I was wanting to drop the link in chat without it, that would work. If I type it in, it would work.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll drop it in.
You got time, bud. I'm not going to end it on top of you. Random nobody. Home cuz. Oh wait, let me fix this. This seems inappropriate. Nope, that's not right either. That's close enough for government work. All right. He's been working on this for about a year. I hooked up with Grim Reaper, about 10 months ago or so?
Yeah,
Took me a
something
little while
like
to
that.
convince you to come on the show, but once you did, you realized that I'm not a complete and total creep. I just lurk around and peep at people. Here,
You're a
I'll
funny
go
guy.
I will go and get your
All right, there you go. There's a link. I'll put the link in the private chat.
right.
For
Let me
the
see if I can
for the
find the
stream.
fucking private chat without freezing this whole thing out. Jesus Christ, this is a pain in the fucking ass. Hey, Smoking Auditor. Yeah, no, Smoking Auditor is way ahead of the fucking curve. There he is. That's his YouTube channel. I'm going to pin it for a few minutes, and we'll go a minute or two over to give y'all time. And you've got that in the private chat. Let's see if I can find.
No, I've just put it in the main chat.
Oh.
In the live chat on YouTube.
Oh, good.
That's,
okay. Tell you what,
that's the link
pin
to
that one.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, folks.
We will pin that one. Go find his YouTube. It's interesting. It's kind of hard to pin down exactly what it's about because it's exactly what YouTube doesn't want you to have a YouTube channel about. I appreciate you coming in so early, late, Smoking Auditor. I don't know what the hell you're doing up, but carry your ass back to bed ASAP because I know you got work tomorrow. If you've been lurking this whole time, I'm going to kick you right in your left testicle. Because according to YouTube, I still have 9 people in here, and it's ranged between 9 people and 25. But Melon says there's nobody here. So there's that. It would be heartbreaking, right, to be over here trying to do this and thinking that not even you are watching. Like I've got a phone set up over here so that I can check my sound, but even it's not registered.
I thought you were used to that.
Yeah, well, I got used to it early on, and I'm just saying, imagine if you had some success at this whole thing, and you looked up one day and went from 35 people to none because you changed apps.
Yep. Yeah, there's four people registered smoking in the chat who have been putting stuff in the chat. But how many ghosts there are, I can't tell you. I can't see the soul.
I can explain 7 of my ghosts. I have 7 nieces and nephews.
Oh, yes, I remember now.
They discovered my channel about 2 months ago, and for some strange reason, it tickles them that I would do this. And so they watch everything, apparently. To the extent that I got a phone call this morning from my brother asking me why they keep growling the squirrel went to church. The Mississippi Squirrel Revival, I did an Alex Jones version of it, and now all my nieces and nephews are wandering around going, that time the squirrel went berserk in the First Self-Righteous Church in the sleepy little town of Pascagoula. And I get a phone call.
If anyone's not heard that, you're gonna have to. It's a serious piece of work.
I don't think there's anything serious about it except for the heart condition that might have occurred.
Never mind.
All right. We're at the end of this. We're 2 minutes over time. I'm going to drop you out. And I'm going to try. Hold on. I'm going to click a button and see if it freezes me, right? And then after it finishes deciding to do what it wants to do, I'm going to click a button and drop Grim out. And then a few minutes after that, and it actually does it, I'm going to click another button over here. Come on, folks. What? No. I'm going to click another button over here, and I'm going to play an outro. That's what we call it on YouTube, is an outro. Right, Graham?
Yep.
All right. You got anything you want to say to them in like 30 seconds, or are you done?
Oh, I'm done, but goodbye and thanks.
All right, bud. I'm going to drive you backstage. Much love. I'll be with you in just a few minutes. I'm going to let this play out and see if anybody else wants to tickle my pickle. You never actually know what people want to do until they actually get you along. I love each and every one of you like a brother and a sister. I appreciate y'all coming by and checking me out. I don't know what in the hell y'all are doing here or why y'all would bother, but here we are.
Sorry. Good news, though. We're going to have to move the party somewhere a little bit more private, but you're all invited. Lorenzo will give you the details. Yeah!
Just getting started. I know that you want it, baby. Just get on